Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? It was one of those nights when the air itself seemed to thicken, heavy with something unseen, something that lurked just beyond the edges of understanding. The kind of night where every creak of the floorboards echoed like a warning. In the small, forgotten town of Ravenspire, where the streets twisted like serpents and the houses stood leaning in the shadows, something was stirring. It had been years since the last occurrence, but tonight, the town would be changed forever. The wind howled outside, rattling the shutters of the old Whittaker mansion. A house so ancient, its very foundations seemed to sigh with the weight of the years it had witnessed. For as long as anyone could remember, the Whittaker family had lived there, and for just as long, they had remained a mystery. Some said they were cursed, others whispered of strange rituals, but none had dared speak the truth. No one had ever stayed in the house long enough to ask. Except for tonight. Tonight, everything was about to change. Inside the mansion, Sarah Whittaker sat in the dim glow of an old oil lamp. Her hands trembled slightly as she traced the edges of an old family portrait. The faces in the photograph were all smiles, but their eyes had always seemed wrong. Dark, hollow. Like something had been lost long ago. She had never understood why they made her feel uneasy, but tonight, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching her. No, not watching, waiting. But for what? Her fingers brushed against the frame, and the world seemed to pause for a moment. The wind outside picked up again, rattling the windows harder this time, but Sarah felt an inexplicable pull, a twinge in the back of her mind. It was as if the house itself had stirred, as though it was trying to whisper something to her, something urgent. A loud knock on the door shattered the silence. It was so sudden, so forceful, that Sarah jumped, nearly knocking the lamp off the table. Her heart raced in her chest as she moved toward the door, her hand hovering over the knob. Who could be at the door at this hour? She opened it cautiously, only to find the doorstep empty. A chill ran down her spine. There was no one there, but something caught her eye, a small, crumpled piece of paper, wedged between the door and the frame. She bent down, picked it up, and unfolded it. The message was simple, scrawled in hurried, almost panicked handwriting. "They are coming for you." Her blood ran cold. The words seemed to pulse in her hands, as though they were alive, as though they were meant to be read at this exact moment. She looked around, half expecting someone to jump out from the shadows, but the street was empty, the houses around her dark and silent. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was out there, watching her. Waiting, she slammed the door shut and locked it, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The air in the house felt colder now, even though the fire in the hearth crackled with warmth. Sarah backed away from the door, her mind racing. Who would send such a message? And why? As she turned to walk back to the sitting room, a faint sound stopped her in her tracks. It was coming from upstairs, footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing through the wooden floors above her. But there was no one up there. She was sure of it. The house had been empty for years, except for her. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Whoever it was, they were coming down the stairs. She stood frozen, her body paralyzed with fear. The only sound now was the pounding of her own heart. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, then stopped. The silence was deafening. With a shaky breath, Sarah turned slowly, her eyes darting around the room. The flickering light from the lamp cast strange shadows on the walls, distorting the shapes into grotesque figures. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of it all, but the truth was, she didn't know what was happening. She didn't know why the house felt alive, why it seemed to be holding its breath. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, The sound of footsteps stopped. For a long moment, Sarah stood there motionless, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But nothing came. The silence pressed in on her, thick and suffocating. She tried to move, but her legs felt like they were made of stone, too heavy to lift. And then, without warning, the lamp flickered, its light sputtering out, plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged through her as she stumbled backward, her hands outstretched in front of her, desperate to find something, anything, to steady herself. That's when she heard it. A whisper. A voice so faint that it could have been a figment of her imagination, but so close that she could feel the breath on her skin. The voice was not hers. It was not human. Sarah. Sarah. The sound of her name sent a jolt through her body, and she spun around, eyes wide with terror. But there was no one there. No one except for the shadows that seemed to creep closer with every passing second. Her breath hitched in her throat as she realized this was not a dream. This was real. The house was alive, and it was calling her. Her eyes darted to the family portrait on the wall. The faces in the photo, the ones that had always haunted her, were now staring directly at her. Their hollow eyes filled with something darker, something that she couldn't quite comprehend. It was as if the photo had shifted, as though the people in the picture were no longer just images, but real, tangible figures that were now watching her. Waiting. She backed away slowly, her eyes never leaving the portrait. But when she reached the door, she froze. Standing in the doorway was a figure, a shadow, dark and undefined, but unmistakable, a presence that filled the room with a coldness that seemed to seep into her very bones. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Her throat was tight, constricted, as if something was holding her back, preventing her from calling for help. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching her. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Sarah stood alone in the darkness, her body trembling with fear. The house had gone completely still. No footsteps, no whispers, just silence. But the silence was worse than any sound. It was the silence of something waiting to strike, something waiting to pull her into the depths of its dark, twisted world. The house had always been old, always had its secrets. But now, those secrets were coming to the surface, and Sarah Whittaker, for the first time in her life, was about to uncover the truth. The truth about the mansion, the truth about her family, and the truth about the thing that had been waiting all this time. Something in the house wanted her. Something in the house needed her. And whatever it was not going to stop until it had her. The hours stretched on like an eternity. Sarah sat on the edge of her bed, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. The darkness around her seemed to pulse, each beat a reminder of the unease that clung to the walls of the Whittaker mansion. Her skin still tingled from the cold breath of the voice that had called her name. The air felt heavier now, suffocating in its stillness. She tried to make sense of what had happened. Was it just her imagination? No, she knew better than that. There was something real in this house, something that had been here long before her. Something ancient. Her hand trembled as she reached for the family portrait again, the one that had always unnerved her. The faces stared back at her, their hollow eyes gleaming in the flickering light. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she could see something more, something lurking just beyond the surface of the photograph. It was as if the faces were shifting, their expressions changing, becoming something more sinister. A chill ran down her spine, and she quickly turned away. The wind outside howled louder now, pressing against the windows like a living thing, as if it too was trying to get inside. She glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight, and the mansion felt more alive than ever. The silence was oppressive, a living, breathing entity that seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to happen. And she knew, deep down, she knew that something would. Sarah had always been taught to fear the unknown, to stay away from the mysteries that lay hidden in the shadows. But now, the shadows were no longer just on the outskirts of her perception. They were closing in, pulling at her, beckoning her toward the heart of the house, where the darkness seemed to thrive. She stood up, the cold floorboards creaking beneath her feet. The house seemed to groan in response, as if it recognized her movement, as if it was alive and aware of her every step. She hesitated for a moment, her hand resting on the doorframe. Should she go? Should she confront whatever was waiting for her in the depths of the mansion? The answer came to her in a flash. The house had been silent for far too long. She couldn't stay in this room, locked away, hiding from whatever was coming. She had to face it, no matter the cost. She had to know what the mansion wanted from her. Taking a deep breath, Sarah opened the door. The hallway beyond was dark, the shadows deep and heavy. The faint sound of creaking wood echoed through the silence, as though the house itself was shifting, preparing for something. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stepped out into the hallway, the darkness swallowing her whole. With each step she took, the house seemed to grow colder. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of something ancient, something that had been waiting for centuries. Sarah could feel the presence around her now, like 1,000 eyes watching her every move, waiting for her to slip, to falter. The hallway stretched before her, dark and winding, leading her deeper into the heart of the mansion. The walls seemed to close in, the floorboards creaking beneath her feet, the house groaning like a living creature. And yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was right behind her, just out of sight, following her every move. She turned a corner, and the hallway widened, revealing a large, ornate door at the end. It was an old door, its wood weathered and scarred by time, but it held an undeniable sense of importance. This was the heart of the house. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach. Whatever lay behind that door was the key to everything. To the truth. To the darkness that had been growing inside her family for generations. Her hand reached out, trembling, as she grasped the cold brass handle. The door creaked open, the sound echoing through the mansion like a scream. Sarah stepped inside. The room beyond was vast, dimly lit by the faint glow of moonlight filtering through a set of broken windows. The walls were covered in layers of dust, the furniture old and covered in sheets, forgotten by time. But in the center of the room, something stood out, something that didn't belong. It was a large, ornate mirror, its frame gilded and intricate, but cracked in places. The edges jagged and sharp. It reflected nothing but the shadows of the room, but Sarah felt its pull, like a magnet drawing her in. There was something about the mirror that unnerved her, something that called to her in a way she couldn't understand. As she approached it, the air grew colder, the temperature in the room dropping rapidly. Her breath became visible in the air, like a mist, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. The mirror seemed to shimmer, as if it was alive, breathing in the darkness of the room. She reached out a trembling hand to touch the glass, but as her fingers made contact, a sharp pain shot through her arm, as if the mirror was pulling at her, trying to drag her in. She recoiled, stumbling backward, her heart racing. The room seemed to tilt for a moment, the walls warping and shifting, and then everything fell silent again. Sarah stood there, her eyes locked on the mirror, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She didn't know what she had just experienced, but she knew one thing: the mirror was not just a reflection. It was something else, something much darker. Suddenly, the whisper came again. This time it was louder, closer, like a breath in her ear. "Sarah, it's time." She spun around, but there was no one there, no one in the room. Just the mirror reflecting her wide-eyed terror. Her pulse quickened, and she backed away from the mirror. But it was as though the room was closing in on her, trapping her, suffocating her in its darkness. Her mind raced as she tried to make sense of what was happening. The whispers, the shadows, the presence in the house, it was all connected. The mirror, the family portrait, the footsteps, it was all leading her to this moment, to this room. With shaking hands, Sarah turned and fled, rushing back down the hallway, her footsteps echoing in the silence. She could hear the whispers following her, growing louder, more insistent. "Sarah, you can't run. We're here. We're waiting." She burst into the sitting room, slamming the door behind her. Her heart pounded in her chest as she pressed her back against the door, trying to catch her breath. But as she stood there, her eyes scanning the room, she realized something terrifying. The house was not just watching her. It was alive. And it wasn't going to let her go. The whispers grew louder, surrounding her, pressing in on her from all sides. She had thought she was alone, but she was wrong. The presence in the house was real, and it had been waiting for her to uncover the truth. And now that she had, there was no turning back. Something ancient, something dark, was awake, and it was hungry. Hungry for her, hungry for the truth, hungry for everything that Sarah Whitaker had yet to discover. The mansion had chosen her, and now it was time for her to pay the price. The door slammed shut behind Sarah with a deafening bang, but the weight of her breathless gasp seemed louder still in the eerie silence that followed. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest as the shadows of the mansion crept closer, pulling the air tight around her. The whispers, once faint, now pulsed through the walls like a drumbeat, their insistent murmuring pressing into her skull. "Sarah. Sarah. We're waiting." The words drifted from the dark corners of the room, but they weren't just words. They were promises, chilling and inevitable. A feeling of paralysis spread through her limbs, and her head swam with confusion, with fear. She was drowning in the house's pull. Its suffocating presence that had been watching her since her arrival, growing stronger with every moment. She staggered backwards, her eyes darting to the windows. The moonlight that had once offered clarity now seemed dim and distant, as if the shadows outside had begun to creep in, obscuring the world beyond. The room felt smaller now, more confined. The very walls seemed to breathe, as if they had a life of their own, and Sarah couldn't escape the sense that something was coming closer, something from the depths of the house. She looked back at the mirror, the same mirror that had nearly drawn her in moments earlier. It stood now, silent and still, but she could sense its presence more than ever. It was like a doorway to something else, something that no human should ever see. The thought of touching it again made her stomach churn, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. Something was calling to her through that glass, something dark and ancient, pulling her in like a tidal wave. The whispering grew louder, but now it wasn't just her name being called. The words began to change, forming into something more coherent, more dangerous. "You belong to us." Sarah's blood ran cold, and she snapped her gaze away from the mirror, stumbling back into the center of the room. Her mind screamed at her to run, but the very air in the room felt like quicksand, pulling her deeper into its suffocating embrace. Then, as if answering her silent plea for a way out, the floor beneath her feet gave a sudden lurch. The room seemed to shift, tilting, warping. Sarah's heart lurched in her chest as she stumbled to keep her balance, her hand reaching out to steady herself against the wall. The shadows around her seemed to move now, swirling in unnatural patterns, converging at the center of the room. Her eyes widened as she saw it. A dark figure emerging from the very shadows she had once thought were just tricks of the light. At first, it was a mere silhouette, shapeless and fluid. But it grew clearer with every passing second. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally as if they belonged to something that wasn't human. Its face? No, not a face. Just an empty space where one should have been, a void that swallowed all light. Her breath caught in her throat as she backed away, her heels catching against the edges of the furniture. The figure moved slowly, deliberately, its presence so immense that Sarah could feel the weight of its gaze, even if she couldn't see its eyes. It was as though the shadows themselves had come alive, taking shape, and now they were standing before her. A low, guttural voice filled the room, reverberating off the walls like an ancient incantation. "You've awoken us, Sarah Whittaker." Her stomach twisted violently, and she felt the bile rise in her throat. She knew, deep down, that whatever this thing was, it was not of this world. It was something older, something from a time before time, and it had been waiting for her, for someone from her bloodline. Her entire life, she had never questioned the strange happenings in the Whittaker family, but now it all began to make sense. The house, the whispers, the coldness that had always lingered in the air, it had all been leading up to this moment. Sarah opened her mouth to scream, but the sound caught in her throat. The air had grown thick, and her lungs felt as if they were being crushed under the weight of some invisible force. The figure took a step forward, its movements slow but inexorable, as if the very act of it moving was forcing the room to bend and twist with it. Her knees weakened, and she felt herself sinking to the floor, her body unable to withstand the pressure. The figure raised its arms, long, spindly fingers stretching toward her like the tendrils of some great sea creature reaching for prey. She could hear the sound of whispers again. Only this time, they weren't just surrounding her. They were inside her mind, crawling into her thoughts, filling her with images of her ancestors, of rituals performed in the dark corners of the mansion. She saw them. Her great-grandparents, her parents, all standing in front of the same mirror, their faces blank, their eyes hollow, just like the ones in the portrait. And then, in the midst of the whispers, the figure spoke again. "The price has come due." The words slammed into her like a physical blow. The figure's hand was almost upon her now, its long fingers outstretched, and she could feel its icy touch on her skin, as though it were draining the warmth from her very being. She tried to pull away, but her body refused to move, locked in place by an unseen force. Suddenly, there was a deafening crash, a loud, bone-shaking noise that echoed through the mansion. The figure staggered back, its form flickering like a shadow in a storm. Sarah blinked, her eyes wide with confusion, and when she looked up, she saw a bright light, shining from the center of the room. It wasn't the moonlight or any natural light. It was something else, something unnatural, and it illuminated the room in a strange, ethereal glow. The figure hissed, recoiling from the light, its form shifting and distorting like smoke being blown by the wind. It screeched, a sound so loud that it pierced her skull. And then, with a sudden violent motion, it vanished. The room fell silent once again, but the air was different now, thick with the residue of something ancient, something malevolent. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she struggled to regain her bearings. What had just happened? What had that thing been? And why had it disappeared? But before she could even begin to process the events, a new realization hit her like a wave. The mansion was not finished with her yet. The price hadn't been paid. That dark entity had simply retreated, and it would return. And when it did, it would take its due. She looked around the room, her eyes landing on the mirror once more. It was no longer reflecting her face. Instead, it showed something else. Something dark and twisted, something that made her skin crawl. There, in the glass, she saw the figure again. Looming behind her, its face now clearer, its eyes filled with an endless void. Her breath caught in her throat. The figure wasn't just waiting for her. It was waiting for her to become one of them. The price wasn't just her bloodline, it was her soul. As the light flickered, the shadows in the room shifted once more. This time, Sarah couldn't tell where the house ended and the darkness began. The whispers returned, louder now, filling her mind with one final chilling message. You cannot escape what you have awakened. And for the first time, Sarah Whittaker understood the truth. There was no escape. Not from the house. Not from the darkness. Not from the price her family had paid long ago. And now it was her turn. The air was thick with an oppressive stillness. Sarah stood frozen in front of the mirror, her heart racing, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The figure had vanished, but its presence lingered like a weight pressing against her chest. The whispers still curled in the back of her mind, a constant hum that she couldn't escape. The house was alive. She had always known it, but now the truth had taken root in her soul. The mansion, the family, the mirror. Everything was connected by a force older than time itself, a force that was now calling to her, demanding a payment she wasn't prepared to give. Her hands shook as she reached for the mirror again, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the glass. But this time, when her skin made contact, there was no sudden shock, no painful jolt. Instead, the glass rippled under her touch, warping like water. Her reflection distorted, twisting into something alien, something far darker than the pale face she had known her whole life. A flicker of movement caught her eye. She whipped her head around, but there was nothing there. Just the same empty, dark room. But she could feel it. The presence. The oppressive weight of it. The figure hadn't left. It was still there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to return. The whispering began again, but now, it was no longer a distant sound. It was right behind her. It was in the room, surrounding her. The words were clearer now, colder, as if the thing behind her was speaking directly into her ear. Sarah. Her heart stopped. She spun around, her eyes wide, searching the room, but the shadows remained still, undisturbed. She was alone. Or was she? The temperature in the room dropped, the air thickening, growing colder with each passing second. Sarah shivered, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Her breath clouded in the frigid air. It was as though the very walls of the mansion were exhaling, releasing an ancient chill that seemed to seep into her bones. Then, in the farthest corner of the room, she saw it, movement. A shadow, fleeting but unmistakable. It wasn't the same as before, when the figure had been standing before her. No, this was something different. Something far worse. The shadow grew larger, closer, until it took shape, an elongated, hunched figure, its face obscured by darkness. And yet, Sarah could feel its eyes. Hollow, endless eyes that pierced the darkness, boring into her very soul. She stumbled backward, her foot catching on the floorboard, sending her crashing to the ground. Pain flared through her body, but it was nothing compared to the terror that gripped her heart as the figure stepped forward, moving with unnatural speed, its elongated limbs scraping the floor as it drew closer. Its presence was suffocating. The air felt heavier, thicker, as though the very life had been drained from the room. The whispers, once faint, now filled her ears, echoing in her skull, driving her mad with their constant murmur. "We are waiting, Sarah." The figure paused just in front of her, its face still obscured by shadow, but Sarah could feel its gaze upon her. There was no mercy in those hollow eyes, only the promise of something far worse. It was not just a presence, it was an entity, an ancient one, bound to the house, bound to her family. A sudden thought flashed through Sarah's mind. This was not the first time her family had faced this thing. The Whittakers had always been cursed, always been drawn to the mansion like moths to a flame, and now the curse had come for her. The price was hers to pay. The figure raised its hand, long fingers curling like talons, and a coldness swept through her body, freezing her in place. It was as if her very soul had been seized by something invisible, something that gripped her from the inside out. No. Sarah struggled to move, to scream, but her body was no longer her own. Her mind raced, frantically searching for a way out, a way to break free from the clutches of this terrible force. But the more she struggled, the tighter its grip became, suffocating her. And then, in the distance, she heard something. Footsteps. The sound was faint at first, but it grew louder, more distinct. Someone was coming. Someone from outside the house. Her pulse quickened. Could it be someone who could help her? Could they save her from this nightmare? But as the footsteps grew closer, Sarah's hopes were dashed. The door creaked open, and standing in the doorway was another figure, one she recognized all too well. Her mother. Sarah's heart skipped a beat, a mixture of relief and confusion flooding through her. Her mother had been dead for years. She had seen her burial, her grave, the flowers wilting over her resting place. So how was she standing in the doorway now, alive, and looking just as she had all those years ago? Sarah. Her mother's voice was soft, barely a whisper. You've awakened it. The words sent a shiver through Sarah's spine. She tried to speak, to ask what was happening, but no words came. She could only stare, wide-eyed, as her mother's figure stepped into the room, her face pale and drawn, as though she had not been at rest at all. The figure in front of Sarah, this creature, seemed to sense the arrival of her mother, for it hesitated, its form flickering like a shadow in the dim light. The whispers stopped for just a moment before they returned in full force, now a cacophony of voices overlapping, fighting for dominance. No, Sarah's mother whispered, her voice shaking. Not again. Not like this. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure lunged. Its long fingers shot out toward her mother, and before Sarah could react, her mother was pulled into the shadows, swallowed whole by the darkness. No, Sarah screamed, her voice finally breaking through the terror that had gripped her. She scrambled to her feet, her body finally responding to her desperate will. But it was too late. The figure was gone. Her mother was gone. And the house, once again, had claimed its price. The whispers continued, louder than before, filling every inch of the mansion, crawling into Sarah's mind, wrapping around her thoughts. She was alone now, completely alone, surrounded by the echoes of something ancient and unforgiving, and then, through the haze of her fear, a new voice pierced the chaos. A low, rumbling voice, one that came not from any person, but from the house itself. It is your turn, Sarah Whittaker. You are bound to us. We are forever linked, and you cannot escape what is coming. The room grew darker still, and Sarah felt herself being pulled once again deeper into the house's grasp. She fought against it, but her will was fading, and the darkness was closing in, swallowing her whole. As the shadows wrapped around her, she realized with a horrifying clarity that there was no escape. The mansion had claimed her family, one by one, and now it had come for her, and it would not let her go. The price had been paid. Sarah's vision blurred as the darkness thickened around her, suffocating her with its cold embrace. The whispers echoed in her ears, growing louder and more insistent. She tried to scream, to call out, but the words were swallowed by the abyss. Her throat felt tight, as though something was choking the very life out of her. The house had her now, and she was nothing but a prisoner in its twisted, eternal grip. She stumbled backward, her legs shaking beneath her, struggling to remain upright in the face of the crushing weight of fear. The air around her seemed to pulsate, alive with malice. The shadows twisted and stretched, reaching out like gnarled fingers, trying to pull her into their suffocating depths. The walls of the mansion closed in around her, each creak and groan of the wood beneath her feet reverberating in her chest like the beating of a funeral drum. It was then that she noticed something strange, something that made her heart race with fresh terror. The mirror, now cracked and broken, was no longer reflecting the room. It was showing something else entirely. Her own face, but distorted, twisted, hollow, The reflection grinned at her with an empty, mocking smile, its eyes devoid of any emotion. Her heart stopped in her chest as she realized that the reflection was no longer her own. It was something else. Something dark and wrong, a distorted version of herself. The whispers rose to a crescendo, filling her mind with thoughts and images she didn't want to see. Her mother's face appeared in her mind, a pale, ghostly image, her hollow eyes staring back at her from the depths of some forgotten place. And then, the shadowy figure, the one that had nearly claimed her, appeared behind her in the mirror, its hollow, unseeing eyes locked onto hers. "It's too late, Sarah." The voice rumbled, low and distorted, seeming to come from all directions at once. "You are ours now." Her breath came in short, ragged gasps as she turned away from the mirror, her legs threatening to give way beneath her. She could feel the weight of the house pressing in on her, suffocating her. Her body felt heavy, her every movement a struggle as she tried to pull herself away from the darkened corners of the room. But no matter how hard she tried, the whispers followed her. The shadows moved with her, crawling along the walls, reaching out with long, twisting limbs, trying to pull her back into their grasp. The house was alive with hunger, and she was its prey. She turned, her mind frantic, searching for something, anything, that could save her. She could feel the presence, the pull of the darkness, tugging at her like a weight on her chest. It was everywhere, wrapping around her, invading her thoughts, her soul. "No," Sarah whispered to herself, her voice trembling. "I won't let it take me. I won't let it win." But the words felt hollow, meaningless. The house had already claimed her, just as it had claimed her ancestors before her. She was trapped, bound to this place by some unseen force, and no matter how hard she fought, there was no escape. She turned again, her eyes landing on the stairs leading upward. The house's ancient steps creaked beneath her feet as she moved, her body shaking with the weight of her fear. The whispers grew louder with each step, echoing in her ears, telling her to stop, to turn back. But she couldn't. She had to keep moving. She had to find a way out. The stairs seemed endless, stretching upward into the darkness, leading her further into the heart of the mansion. She reached the top, her heart pounding in her chest, and found herself standing in front of a door she had never noticed before. It was old, covered in dust and cobwebs, and yet something about it called to her. A strange pull, an inexplicable force, drew her toward it. Without thinking, she pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, a sound that seemed to echo through the silence of the house, and she stepped inside. The room was cold, darker than the rest of the mansion, with only a faint, flickering light coming from somewhere in the corner. Sarah's eyes scanned the room, taking in the decaying furniture and broken glass scattered across the floor. But it wasn't the room itself that caught her attention. It was the strange, glowing object in the center of the room. A stone. No, not a stone. A box. A small, ancient-looking box, its surface covered in strange symbols and markings. The air around it pulsed with an unnatural energy, as if it were alive, breathing with the house itself. Sarah's heart skipped a beat as she moved toward it, her feet seemingly moving of their own accord. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the surface of the box. And the moment she made contact, a jolt of electricity shot through her body. Her entire body froze, and for a moment, she could feel the house itself, its ancient, malevolent presence, surrounding her, pressing against her, suffocating her. A voice echoed in her mind, a voice that was not her own. "Open it." The whisper was so loud, so powerful, that it seemed to drown out everything else. Sarah's fingers trembled as she lifted the lid of the box, and when she opened it, she saw what lay inside. A small, gleaming object. A necklace. But not just any necklace. This one was ancient, its chain made of a material that seemed to shimmer in the dim light, and the pendant was a small, intricately carved symbol. a symbol she recognized. It was the same symbol that had been etched into the walls of the mansion. The same symbol that had been carved into the family's portrait. The same symbol that had been burned into her very soul since the day she had set foot in this cursed place. The house had known. It had always known. The necklace had been waiting for her, for someone in her bloodline to come and claim it. And now, it was hers. A sudden, terrible realization flooded through Sarah's mind. The necklace was the key. It was the price. It was what the house had been waiting for all along. It was what had been stolen from her ancestors, stolen from the very core of her family. And now, it was hers to bear. Her hands shook as she picked it up, feeling its weight in her palm. The moment she touched it, the whispers stopped. The shadows fell still. The house fell silent. For just a moment, Sarah thought she had won. She thought the house had been silenced. That the presence that had tormented her for so long was finally gone. But then, the mirror in the corner of the room shattered. And from the shards, something began to emerge. Something that was not human. Something that had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the necklace to be claimed. And as it stepped from the shadows, Sarah Whittaker realized that the house had not finished with her yet. It had only just begun. The shards of the shattered mirror scattered across the floor like fragments of a nightmare, each one gleaming under the dim light that flickered erratically in the corner. Sarah's heart pounded as she took a step back, her body instinctively recoiling from the presence that began to emerge from the dark, jagged edges of the mirror. At first, it was barely a shape, a blur of blackness that seemed to seep from the shards, gathering together into something more solid, more terrifying. The air thickened around Sarah, the temperature dropping so suddenly that she could see her breath form in front of her, a mist of cold that seemed to freeze her very thoughts. The whispers came again, louder than ever. They were no longer distant voices, but a cacophony of screams and chants, chanting her name, calling her name, summoning her. The shadows in the room stretched and curled like tendrils, reaching out for her, pulling at her legs, as if the very floor beneath her was alive with hunger. And then, with a bone-chilling screech, the shape fully took form. It was humanoid, but wrong, its limbs too long, its body too thin, its skin a sickly gray, stretched tight over its bones. The face was the most terrifying part. There were no eyes, no features, just an empty, hollow space where the eyes should have been, a void that seemed to suck in the light, pulling everything into its endless darkness. Its mouth, when it opened, revealed rows of sharp, needle-like teeth that clicked together like the sound of bones grinding. Sarah staggered back, her hands shaking violently as she gripped the box tighter, her fingers desperately curling around the necklace. The air around her felt thick, oppressive, as though the walls were closing in, suffocating her with their weight. The figure moved toward her, its body jerking unnaturally as it glided across the room with an eerie fluidity, a darkness that seemed to spread with every step it took. Sarah, the voice was not a whisper now. It was a guttural, rasping growl, a voice that echoed from the deepest pits of hell. "You are ours now, Wah." She turned, her breath ragged, and tried to run, but her feet felt like they were trapped in cement. The shadows wrapped around her legs, pulling her down, and she could feel the presence closing in on her from all sides. Her mind raced for an escape, but the realization hit her with the force of a blow. There was nowhere to run. The mansion was no longer just a house. It was a prison, and she was its prisoner. The figure had been waiting for her, waiting for the moment when she would touch the necklace, when she would awaken what had been slumbering for so long. And now, it was coming to claim what was owed. "Please," Sarah whispered, the word barely escaping her lips as her knees buckled beneath her. "What do you want from me?" The figure stopped just in front of her, its hollow gaze fixing on her, the darkness where its eyes should have been seeming to swirl, a void that threatened to pull her in. It reached out, its long, bony fingers brushing against her cheek, with a coldness that sent a shock of icy terror through her body. What do we want? It echoed in her mind, the voice reverberating in her skull. We want you. We want what is yours, what your bloodline has hidden for so long. The truth that you have awoken. The price of your heritage. Sarah's stomach lurched as the figure's hand hovered near her, its fingers trembling as though it could sense her fear. Savoring it, she could feel the darkness curling around her soul, wrapping around her heart like a vice, threatening to crush the very essence of her being. The price. It continued, its voice now a twisted symphony of whispers. It is not just blood, Sarah. It is your soul. It is your sacrifice. You have awakened what was buried beneath this house, what was hidden for centuries. And now it is time to claim what is ours. The room began to spin, the shadows closing in tighter, their oppressive weight pressing down on her chest. Sarah felt as though she was being pulled into the very walls of the house, as if the mansion itself were swallowing her whole. Her hand trembled as she held the necklace up in front of her, the strange symbols etched into the pendant glowing faintly with an eerie light. The moment she touched it, the glow intensified, blinding her for a brief second. And then, nothing. The figure hissed, its form flickering as though something had gone wrong. Its hands twitched, its mouth opening wide in an agonizing screech that sent a jolt of fear through Sarah's spine. It staggered backward as if something had struck it, something from deep within the house itself. No, the figure hissed, its voice strained. You cannot escape. The shadows seemed to recoil, swirling around the figure as it writhed in place, its limbs jerking and convulsing, as though it were fighting something far more powerful than it could handle. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the darkness, leaving Sarah standing alone in the center of the room. The whispers now silenced. The weight in the air remained, but the figure was gone. She stood there, her chest heaving, as she tried to understand what had just happened. The house was silent now, but the presence lingered thick in the air. She looked down at the necklace still clutched in her hand. Its eerie glow now dimmed to nothing more than a faint shimmer. Was it over? But as she stood in the center of the room, trying to make sense of it all, something inside her stirred. The darkness hadn't gone. It hadn't left. And the truth that had been hidden for so long was still there, waiting, pulling at her with an insatiable hunger. The mansion had claimed her ancestors. It had taken them one by one, each of them paying the price for the legacy they carried. And now it was her turn. Her body was cold, her mind racing. And yet she felt the pull of the house deep within her. She had unlocked the door. She had awakened the darkness that had slept for so long, and now there was no turning back. But the most terrifying realization hit her just then. The figure wasn't gone. It had simply retreated. For now, it had not finished with her. Not yet. And the price. It was still to be paid. The house had claimed its first prize. But it was far from finished. The mansion's hunger was far from sated, and Sarah Whittaker was about to find out just how much more the house demanded from her before it was done. And when it was done with her, there would be nothing left. No one left to stop it. She had become part of its story. And its story was far from over. The mansion had fallen quiet again, the oppressive weight of its presence easing for a brief moment, as though the house itself were pausing to take a breath. But Sarah knew better than to think it was over. The shadows had receded, but only for now. She could feel it, deep in her bones, the unrelenting pull, the hunger that lingered in the corners of the house. It was not done with her. Not yet. Her fingers trembled as she let the necklace slip from her grasp, the cold metal slipping back into her palm. The glow had dimmed, but it hadn't faded entirely. It was as though the necklace had become a part of her, a silent connection between her and the house, a conduit to whatever darkness lay hidden within its walls. The weight of it was unbearable, but at the same time, Sarah couldn't bring herself to let go. Her legs wobbled beneath her as she stood, the world around her spinning, her mind a chaotic swirl of confusion and fear. She needed answers, desperately. What had just happened? What was this thing, this entity that had claimed her family? And why had she, of all people, been chosen to face it? The mansion groaned again, its timbers creaking as though it were shifting, settling into some dark rhythm. The house felt alive, as if it were watching her, waiting for her to make a move. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, every flicker of light, everything felt charged with a malignant energy, pressing in on her from all sides. Sarah could feel the weight of the necklace around her neck again. The cold chain resting against her skin, a constant reminder of the price that had already been paid, and the price that was still to come. It was as though the house was waiting for her to surrender completely, to give in to the darkness that had always existed in her bloodline. But she wasn't ready to let it consume her. Not yet. She took a shaky breath, looking around the room for any clue, any sign that could help her understand what had just happened. The figure, the thing that had come from the shattered mirror, it had vanished, but Sarah knew it wasn't truly gone. Whatever it was bound to the house, just like the rest of her family's legacy. It had been summoned by the necklace. That much was certain. And the necklace, with its strange symbols and unnatural power, was the key. Without thinking, Sarah reached for the broken mirror shards, her fingers grazing the jagged edges as she picked up one of the larger pieces. The glass reflected her face, but it wasn't her reflection. It was something darker, a twisted version of herself staring back at her with hollow eyes, a sinister grin playing at the corners of her mouth. The reflection in the glass seemed to pulse, the darkness deepening as if it were alive. She recoiled, dropping the shard back to the ground with a sharp clink. The air around her seemed to shimmer, the shadows thickening in the corners of the room. The walls seemed to close in, the room shrinking, suffocating her with its heavy, oppressive air. She could feel it. Something was coming, something worse than the figure she had seen before. This wasn't just a haunted house. It was something more. The whispers returned, this time louder, more urgent. It is time. You cannot run. You cannot hide. Her pulse quickened as the voice grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't just one voice, it was a chorus. A symphony of voices all calling out to her, each one vying for her attention. Sarah. Sarah, we are waiting. The voices became frantic, their tone shifting from haunting whispers to desperate screams. She felt a cold hand grab her ankle, dragging her down into the shadows, but when she looked, there was nothing there. Only the darkness, swirling and shifting, reaching for her. The necklace, once cold and distant, now pulsed with an almost unbearable warmth. Sarah's eyes widened as she realized that the power she had awakened was not just linked to the house, it was linked to her. The necklace had chosen her. It had made her its vessel. The presence in the house shifted again, a feeling of motion in the very walls, as though something beneath the floorboards had stirred. Something that had been waiting. Sarah's heartbeat quickened as the realization hit her. The house was not just a place of darkness, but a conduit for something far more malevolent. The house itself was alive, a creature bound to the land, and she had unknowingly become its next victim. No one had ever escaped it. No one had ever truly left. The room seemed to bend around her as the darkness grew heavier, the very air thick with an unnatural force. It was suffocating, pulling her closer to the center of the house, pulling her into its heart. The walls groaned again, this time in response to something deeper, something that resonated with her very soul. And then she heard it. Footsteps. slow and deliberate, echoing through the darkness. The figure was back. This time, it was not alone. The shadows in the room began to flicker and move, taking on new shapes. Sarah's heart skipped a beat as she saw them. Other figures, shadowy forms, each one moving with an unsettling grace, their features hidden in the darkness. The air grew colder still, and Sarah could feel the cold seep into her bones, freezing her from the inside out. "You belong to us now, Sarah Whittaker." A voice rasped from behind her, sending a jolt of terror down her spine. She turned, her breath hitching in her throat, and saw them. Figures standing in the doorway, their eyes glowing like burning embers. Their features indistinguishable, but for the hunger in their gaze. There were more of them. So many more, and they were all waiting for her. The room seemed to close in, the shadows now creeping along the floor and walls, closing off every possible escape. The figures moved forward, their limbs unnaturally long and thin, their eyes glinting with an eerie light. Sarah could feel her heart racing in her chest, but her body refused to move. She was paralyzed by fear, locked in place as the figures closed in around her. "You cannot escape," the voice whispered again, but now it was coming from all directions, from the very walls, the very air. It was everywhere, all around her. The figure she had seen earlier, the one that had emerged from the shattered mirror, stepped forward, its eyes now filled with a twisted hunger. It moved closer, its form flickering in and out of existence, its jagged teeth gleaming in the dim light. "The house is yours now," it hissed, the words reverberating in her mind. "The price has been paid." Sarah's eyes filled with horror as she realized what that meant. The house had claimed her. She was bound to it now, just as her ancestors had been before her. She had awakened something far older than herself, something that had been waiting, dormant, for centuries. And now, it would not let her go. Not until she had paid the price. The shadowy figures closed in, their forms growing clearer, more distinct. They were not human, but twisted versions of what had once been. They were part of the house, part of its curse, and they were hungry. Sarah's throat tightened as the realization hit her with a cold, cruel certainty. There was no escape. There was only the house and its insatiable hunger, and now it was time to claim its prize. It was time for Sarah to face the price. The air was suffocating. The shadows pressed in on Sarah from all sides, their cold, clammy tendrils wrapping around her body, dragging her deeper into the heart of the house. The figures, those twisted shapes that had once been human, moved closer, their eyes burning with an insatiable hunger. They circled her, moving with eerie precision, like predators closing in on their prey. The silence that had once ruled the mansion was now broken by the unsettling sound of their movements, the soft scrape of their unnatural limbs dragging across the floor. Sarah's breath came in short, panicked gasps, but no matter how fast she tried to move, the shadows followed. Her legs felt like lead, each step she took heavier than the last, as though the very weight of the house was dragging her down. The necklace pulsed against her skin, its warmth now unbearable, as though it was alive, responding to the darkness that surrounded her. Her heart hammered in her chest as she stumbled backward, her eyes frantically searching for an escape, but there was none. The house had become a labyrinth of shadows, twisting and shifting with each passing second. She was trapped, ensnared by something far older and darker than anything she could comprehend. The figure, the one that had first emerged from the shattered mirror, stepped forward, its hollow eyes locked onto hers, its mouth twitching into a grotesque grin. It didn't move like a human. It glided, its limbs elongating, stretching unnaturally, as if it were a part of the very shadows themselves. "You've awakened us, Sarah," it rasped, its voice dripping with malice. "You've brought us back into the light, and now you will pay the price." Sarah's chest tightened. She knew what it wanted. She had known from the moment she had touched the necklace. from the moment she had awakened the darkness that had slumbered for so long. The house had been feeding on her family for generations, each member paying the price for the curse they had inherited. And now, it was her turn. The shadows around her seemed to pulse with life, moving like a living entity, their forms becoming more defined, more solid. They weren't just shadows anymore. They were something else, something far more sinister, and they were closing in. "You are bound to us, Sarah Whittaker." The figure continued, its voice sending chills down her spine. "You will never leave this place. You will never be free. The price of your bloodline is your soul, and it is time for it to be claimed." Sarah's legs finally gave way, and she collapsed to the floor, the weight of the darkness pressing down on her like a physical force. She could feel the cold seeping into her bones, numbing her, dragging her into the depths of the house. She was losing herself. She was losing her grip on reality, her sense of who she was, what she was. The necklace, once a simple object, had become a conduit for the house's power, a vessel through which the darkness flowed. It was no longer just a part of her. It had consumed her, become a part of the very essence of the mansion itself. "It is time," the figure said, its voice low and gravelly, its hands reaching out toward her. "Time to take what is ours." The shadows moved in closer, their fingers brushing against her skin, cold and unfeeling. Sarah felt as though she were being pulled apart, as though her very soul was being torn from her body. The necklace burned against her skin, its power overwhelming, and she knew, deep down, that there was no escape. The house had claimed her, just as it had claimed her ancestors before her. She was part of it now, bound to it, a prisoner of its darkness. But then, through the fog of fear and panic, a single thought pierced through her mind. "No, I won't let it end like this. I won't let it take me." Her mind raced as she reached for the necklace, her fingers trembling as they closed around it. She could feel the energy pulsing within it, feel its power coursing through her, and for the first time, she understood. The necklace was not just a key, it was a weapon she could use to fight back. With a force of will, Sarah pulled the necklace from her neck, its energy flaring violently as she held it in her hands. The shadows recoiled, their movements halting as they sensed the shift in the air. The figure faltered, its hollow eyes narrowing in confusion. "No," the figure hissed, its voice cracking with frustration. "You cannot fight us. You are ours." But Sarah didn't listen. She had no choice now. The necklace had connected her to the house, but it had also given her the power to break its hold. She focused on the energy within it, on the dark power that had kept her family trapped for so long, and she channeled it, forcing it to bend to her will. The room trembled, the walls shaking as the darkness responded to her command. The shadows screeched in agony as they were pushed back, their forms dissipating into nothingness. The figure let out a horrific scream, its body convulsing as the energy from the necklace tore through it.
"You cannot destroy us!"
It roared, its voice a twisted blend of rage and terror. "We're eternal!" But Sarah wasn't afraid anymore. The darkness had tried to consume her, to tear her apart, but she was stronger than it. She was the bloodline of the Whittakers, and now she was the one who held the power. The house, the shadows, the figure, they were nothing compared to her. With a final surge of energy, she thrust the necklace toward the figure, and the moment it made contact, the darkness screamed, its form unraveling, dissipating into nothingness. The room fell silent. For a moment, Sarah stood there, her chest heaving, her body trembling with exhaustion. The darkness had retreated, but she could feel it lingering, a faint presence that still clung to the air, to the walls, to the very foundation of the mansion. It had not been destroyed. It had only been driven back. But for now, it was gone. Sarah took a deep breath, feeling the weight lift from her shoulders, the oppressive pressure of the house easing, if only for a moment. She had won. She had survived. But she knew this wasn't over. The house was still here. The curse still lingered. And though she had pushed back the darkness, it would return. And next time it would come for her with even greater force. The mansion had claimed her family, and now it would stop at nothing to claim her too. For Sarah Whittaker, the battle was only just beginning. The silence that followed the darkness, retreating, felt like a fragile, brief reprieve, one that Sarah couldn't trust. The power she had wielded was fading, and with it, the momentary victory she had seized from the house seemed to slip away like sand through her fingers. Her breathing was ragged, her body sore from the tension that had gripped it. Yet the weight of what had just occurred, a desperate attempt to break free from the curse, had left an indelible mark on her. The shadows were gone, the figures vanquished, at least for now. The echoes of their whispers, once deafening, had fallen silent. But still, she couldn't shake the sensation that she was not alone. It was as though the mansion itself had watched her, waited for her to falter, and now, it was waiting again. She had pushed it back, but only for a moment. Her heart raced as she took a step back, her foot catching on the edge of a broken floorboard. The house seemed to hum with a subtle, malignant energy, a current that ran just beneath the surface. Her gaze shifted around the room, instinctively searching for something. Anything that could give her a sense of control. The shattered mirror lay on the floor, its jagged shards reflecting the dim light from the flickering lamp, each shard like a fragment of some shattered reality. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, her mouth tasting of metal and fear. She wanted to run, she wanted to leave, but deep down, she knew there was nowhere to go. She was bound to the house. She was part of its legacy, its bloodline. The curse had taken her ancestors, and now it was hers to bear. But there was more. She could feel it, a pull from deep within the walls of the mansion, an echo of something far older than herself, something ancient and powerful. The house was alive, and it had always been waiting for her to return. She was part of its design, part of its very essence, and no matter how hard she tried to fight it, it would never let her go. The floorboards creaked beneath her feet, and a cold draft swept through the room, extinguishing the flame from the lamp. The shadows in the corners of the room thickened, shifting like a living thing, moving as though they had been waiting for the right moment to pounce. Suddenly, the silence shattered. A loud bang echoed through the house, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, slow, deliberate, and purposeful. Sarah froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She had heard those footsteps before. They were the same as the ones that had followed her through the house, the same as the ones that had filled her with terror. But this time, they were different. They were closer. A figure appeared in the doorway, blocking out the dim light from the hallway. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she stared at it, her body frozen in place. It was a silhouette, but there was no mistaking it. It was the figure that had haunted her nightmares, the one that had emerged from the shattered mirror. Its elongated limbs stretched unnaturally, and its hollow eyes gleamed with an empty, soulless hunger. It stepped into the room, its presence filling the space like a suffocating cloud. The air grew colder, the shadows clinging to the walls like thick, black smoke. Its movements were smooth, unnatural, gliding across the floor with the fluidity of a nightmare. Sarah tried to move, to escape, but her legs wouldn't obey. The power of the house, the weight of the curse, was pulling her back. She could feel the darkness surrounding her, the cold fingers of the mansion reaching out to claim her once again. The figure spoke, its voice like the rasp of dead leaves in the wind. "You cannot escape us." Sarah's chest tightened, a flood of panic rising in her throat. She opened her mouth to scream, to fight, but the words wouldn't come. She was trapped. The darkness had returned, and this time it wasn't going to let her go so easily. You think you can fight us, don't you? The figure continued, its voice low and mocking. You think you can break the cycle? But you are ours, Sarah Whittaker. You have always been ours. The room seemed to shrink, the walls closing in around her. She could feel the weight of the house bearing down on her, the oppressive presence of it pressing against her very soul. The shadows stretched forward, moving toward her like a flood, and she knew, deep down, that there was no way out. The figure took another step closer, its form flickering in and out of existence. The temperature in the room plummeted, the chill seeping into her bones. She could feel it now. The house itself, alive with hunger, feeding off her fear, feeding off her resistance. You are the last of the Whittakers, the figure said, its hollow eyes gleaming with an empty promise. And now, you will fulfill your destiny. Sarah's pulse raced. Destiny? She didn't understand. She had never asked for this. She had never wanted this. The house, the darkness, it had all come for her, had taken everything she had ever known, and now it was asking for more. It wasn't just her bloodline that had been cursed. It was her very existence. The house had claimed her body and soul, and she had no choice but to carry the weight of that curse. A tremor ran through Sarah's body as she felt the darkness closing in, the weight of it pressing down on her like a vice. She couldn't fight it. She couldn't escape. The shadows were too strong, too powerful. The house was too powerful. You cannot break free, the figure whispered, its voice now barely a breath. We are the ones who created you. And we are the ones who will destroy you. A wave of cold washed over Sarah, and for the first time since she had stepped foot in the mansion, she felt it. The overwhelming presence of the house, the entity that had been watching her, waiting for her all along. It wasn't just the mansion that had cursed her. It was the very land beneath it, the very roots of the house itself. She had been born into this curse, destined to carry its weight. And now, she would pay the price. The darkness consumed her, swallowing her whole, and Sarah felt herself being pulled into the very heart of the mansion. There was no escape. There was no salvation. The house had claimed her. And now, it would make sure she would never leave. Sarah's eyes fluttered open, but she wished they hadn't. The darkness surrounded her like a thick, impenetrable fog, swallowing every trace of light, every hope of escape. Her limbs felt heavy, as if she were submerged underwater, struggling to move, but unable to break free. Her body, still numb from the chill that had overtaken it, felt detached from her mind, as though she were floating outside herself, lost within the vast, oppressive void of the mansion. The shadows lingered, swirling in the corners of her vision, whispering her name, calling to her with a voice that seemed to echo through every inch of her being. She tried to scream, to fight back, but her voice was swallowed by the dark. Her throat constricted, tight and dry, as the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Sarah. The voice sounded like her own, yet distant, as if it were coming from somewhere deep within her mind, reverberating against the walls of her consciousness. She could feel the weight of it pressing down on her, suffocating her, and as the cold continued to creep into her bones, she realized with a horrible clarity. She wasn't alone. The shadows were alive, and they were everywhere. They had always been there, watching, waiting. She could feel them now, crawling up her legs, wrapping around her arms, pulling her deeper into the blackness. Every movement felt like she was sinking, like she was being drawn into the very heart of the mansion, into the darkness that had claimed her ancestors, and now claimed her. We are the ones who gave you life. The voice continued, its tone low and guttural, reverberating in the depths of her mind. And we are the ones who will take it from you. Her heart hammered in her chest as the words echoed in her ears, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fight the darkness. She couldn't move. The house had already begun to consume her. She was bound to it, a prisoner of its design, a vessel for its insatiable hunger. The darkness seemed to pull her into itself, and she could feel the ground shifting beneath her, the very floor beneath her feet warping, bending as though it were alive, twisting like the shadows around her. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the overwhelming sensation of being trapped, of being swallowed whole, but the darkness had no mercy. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the sensation of falling ceased. The floor beneath her stopped shifting, and she felt her feet land solidly against the ground. Her breath caught in her throat as the coldness began to recede. The oppressive weight lifted slightly, though the shadows still clung to her, swirling around her legs and arms, following her every movement. But she could move. Her limbs, though stiff and unyielding, obeyed her again. She opened her eyes, blinking against the dark. But the room she found herself in was unlike any she had seen before. The space was vast, a cavernous chamber that stretched out before her, the walls lined with towering, grotesque pillars of stone, twisted and gnarled as though they had grown from the earth itself. The air was thick with a sense of ancient power, the very essence of the house pulsating through the stone, through the shadows. In the center of the room stood a massive, ornate throne, a throne crafted from blackened wood, its edges twisted into the shapes of clawed hands, reaching out as if to claim anyone who dared approach. The seat was empty, yet somehow, it felt as though it were waiting for her to take her place. Sarah's legs moved without her consent. She tried to fight it, to stop herself, but her body moved closer, the shadows urging her forward. She was being drawn to the throne, as if the very heart of the mansion was calling her, demanding that she sit upon it. Her feet carried her across the room, past the twisted pillars, toward the throne that loomed before her like a dark altar. The air was thick with the scent of rot and decay, the floor beneath her cold and unforgiving. She could feel the house, the mansion, alive with hunger, as though it were a living entity, its dark soul entwined with hers. When she reached the throne, her body was no longer her own. Her legs stopped, and she found herself standing before it, her gaze drawn to the seat. The whispers surged around her once more, louder now, a chorus of voices that filled the room, each one calling her name. "Sit, Sarah Whitaker," the voices chanted. "Claim your destiny." Her body obeyed. She didn't want to. She didn't want to sit on the throne that beckoned her with such cold, undeniable force. But she couldn't stop herself. Her hands reached forward, resting on the darkened wood, the coldness of it seeping into her skin, filling her with an unnatural chill. She lowered herself onto the seat, and as her body made contact with the throne, a surge of energy coursed through her, violent, overpowering, and unrelenting. The darkness wrapped itself around her, squeezing the breath from her lungs, filling her with a terrible, aching power. It was inside her, consuming her, feeding off her fear, feeding off her resistance. And as it coursed through her veins, she realized the terrible truth. She had become part of the house. She had become part of its throne, part of its curse. The whispers grew louder, rising in a crescendo of triumph, as though the house itself were celebrating her surrender. "You are the Hollow Queen," the voice of the mansion hissed, its tone dripping with satisfaction. "Your bloodline is complete. You are ours. Forever." Sarah gasped for air, her chest tightening as the energy from the throne pressed against her, as though it were claiming her, body and soul. She could feel the power surging through her, the darkness becoming one with her. It was suffocating. It was overwhelming. But it was also exhilarating. She was no longer just Sarah Whitaker. She was something else, something darker, something that had always been a part of the house, always been a part of her. The throne, the mansion, had claimed her. And now, she was the Hollow Queen. The room seemed to pulse around her as the shadows thickened, swirling faster and faster, wrapping themselves around her like a cloak. binding her to the seat. Her eyes widened as the realization hit her. This was not an ascension. This was a binding. She had not become the queen of this place. She had become its prisoner. And now, Sarah Whittaker would rule, not as a sovereign, but as a puppet of the house, a slave to its insatiable hunger, its endless thirst for power. The mansion had claimed her bloodline. And now, she was its hollow queen. And there was no turning back. Sarah's vision blurred as the darkness seemed to close in on her, wrapping itself around her mind and soul like an unbreakable chain. The throne beneath her grew colder, its ancient wood pressing against her skin like the touch of a dead hand. Her body was no longer her own. The power of the house surged through her veins, flooding her with an overwhelming sense of control, a control that felt suffocating rather than liberating. The whispers, once distant and faint, now filled her every thought, their words swirling in her mind like a storm. They were no longer just voices, they were part of her. Part of the very essence of her being. You are the hollow queen. The voice of the house echoed in her mind, its tone thick with satisfaction. You are the vessel. The heir to the darkness that has always been here in your bloodline. You will rule this place, Sarah Whittaker. Forever. The words wrapped themselves around her consciousness, suffocating her thoughts, drowning her in their power. She had no choice but to accept them. The throne was not a symbol of power. It was a prison, and she had willingly sat in it, knowing the cost. Now, the house had claimed her completely. Her heart pounded in her chest, the coldness of the mansion seeping into her very bones. She could feel the pulse of the house beneath her, a heartbeat of darkness that echoed in the walls, in the floors, in the air she breathed. The shadows pressed in, swirling around her like living creatures, their whispers growing louder, more frantic. They are waiting for you, Sarah. The voice continued. Your ancestors, the ones who have gone before you, they are waiting for you to complete the circle. Sarah's breath hitched. The weight of her family's legacy, of the curse that had been passed down through generations, now pressed down on her like a suffocating blanket. She had always known something was wrong with her family, with the mansion that had been passed down to them, but she hadn't understood until now. Until she had claimed the throne, and the house had claimed her in return. The darkness had been waiting for her to embrace her fate. It had drawn her in with promises of power, of knowledge, of freedom. But it had lied. The price of that power was her soul, her very being. Sarah clenched her fists, the sharp edges of the throne digging into her palms as she fought against the pull of the darkness. She could feel it, pulling her deeper into the void, claiming more of her essence. Her thoughts were growing blurry, as though the house was erasing her, rewriting her, turning her into something she was not. But there was still a flicker of resistance within her, a spark of defiance that refused to be extinguished. She closed her eyes, her breath shallow, and in the darkness of her mind, she reached out for something, anything, that could break the hold the mansion had on her. The necklace. The object that had started it all. The object that had tied her to this place. It was still in her hand, still pulsing with energy, with life. But now, it felt like a weight, a reminder of what she had lost. You cannot fight us, Sarah, the house whispered, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves. You are ours. You will always be ours. But Sarah's defiance burned brighter. She had not given up entirely. Not yet. She focused on the necklace, on the energy that still pulsed within it, and for the first time, she felt the smallest flicker of control. The house had taken everything from her family, her freedom, her soul. But it had not taken her will. Her fingers tightened around the necklace, and a surge of energy shot through her, bursting from the pendant like a wave of light. The darkness recoiled, the shadows trembling as the light filled the room. pushing back the oppressive presence that had filled the mansion for so long. The house groaned, as though it were in pain. The whispers grew frantic, the voices rising in a chorus of anger and desperation. The walls trembled, and for a moment, it felt as though the very foundation of the mansion was shaking, as though it were alive, reacting to the energy Sarah was now wielding. But the power was not hers to control, not fully. She could feel the house fighting back, trying to regain its hold on her, trying to drag her back into the shadows. She could feel the darkness trying to consume her once again, trying to bury her beneath the weight of its hunger. "No," Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse, her hands trembling with the effort of holding on to the light that now surrounded her. "I won't let you take me. I won't let you take my soul." The light from the necklace flared, intensifying, pushing back against the darkness that swirled around her. But it was not enough. The shadows pressed forward, their cold fingers reaching for her, pulling at her limbs, threatening to drag her back into the throne that had once claimed her. Her body was growing weak, the energy she had summoned flickering, and then fading. Just as she thought she would lose herself entirely to the house, a new voice pierced the chaos. A voice so familiar, so full of sorrow and regret that it struck her like a physical blow. Sarah. She whipped her head toward the source of the voice, her heart hammering in her chest. The shadows parted, and there, standing before her, was a figure. A familiar figure, her mother, but it wasn't her mother as she had known her. This figure was more than just a memory, more than just a ghost. She looked real, alive even, her eyes filled with sadness and guilt. She stood in the center of the room, bathed in the light from the necklace, yet she was untouched by the darkness. "You cannot let it claim you, Sarah," her mother's voice whispered, filled with a quiet urgency. "You must fight. You must remember who you are." The words cut through the darkness, like a thread of light piercing the shadows. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the figure of her mother. She had always believed her mother was gone, lost to the curse of the house. But now she realized the truth. Her mother, like all the others before her, had been a prisoner of the mansion. A part of the darkness that had taken their souls had twisted them into something else. Her mother's eyes met hers, and for the first time, Sarah saw the truth. Her mother was not lost. She was still here in the house, trapped in its grip, just like Sarah was now. "You cannot break free alone," her mother said softly, stepping forward. "But together, we can free ourselves." Sarah's heart swelled with a mixture of grief and hope. She had thought her mother had been taken forever, but here she was, reaching out, offering her a way out. "Please," Sarah whispered, her voice breaking. "Please help me." Her mother's face softened, and for the briefest moment, Sarah saw a flicker of love in her eyes, a love that transcended the darkness that had claimed them both. And then, just as quickly, it vanished, replaced by something else, something darker, something that made Sarah's blood run cold. The figure of her mother smiled, but it was a twisted, malevolent grin. Her face contorted, her features shifting, as though the darkness that had consumed the mansion was now taking control of her mother's spirit. "You are mine now, Sarah Whittaker," her mother's voice hissed, no longer gentle, but cold and hollow. "You always have been." The house had not let go. It had only been playing its part, waiting for the right moment to strike again. And now, Sarah knew the truth. There would be no escape. The Hollow Queen had been born, and the house was ready to claim her. The air around Sarah seemed to crackle with a dark energy, thick and suffocating. Her heart raced, but her breath was shallow, her chest constricting under the weight of the truth that had just unfolded before her. The figure of her mother, once a beacon of hope, had transformed into something grotesque, a twisted shadow of the woman she had loved and lost so many years ago. The realization hit Sarah like a thunderclap. The mansion, the house, it was never just a building. It was a sentient, malevolent force, its hunger insatiable, its power all-encompassing. It had taken her family one by one, shaping them into something unrecognizable, until they had all been consumed by its darkness. And now, it had taken her, too. "You are mine now." Sarah Whitaker. Her mother's voice echoed, distorted and hollow, as though it came from a place beyond death itself. "You will join us. You will sit on the throne, and you will rule as we have, bound to this place, this curse, forever." The words reverberated in Sarah's mind, each one a nail in her coffin. Each one a weight that threatened to crush her spirit. She wanted to scream, to fight back, but the darkness wrapped around her, suffocating her, binding her to the throne with invisible chains. Her fingers gripped the necklace tight, its energy pulsing in her hand, a reminder of the power that had once given her hope. But now, it felt like a shackle, chaining her to the house, to the curse that had consumed her. "No," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible over the swirling whispers that filled the room. I won't be like you." Her mother's twisted form stepped closer, her movement unnaturally smooth, as if she were floating across the floor. The shadows followed her, curling around her like a living cloak, eager to claim Sarah, to drag her into the abyss. Her mother's eyes, once warm with love, were now empty, lifeless, black as the void. "You have no choice," her mother said, her smile widening in a grotesque mockery of the affection she had once shown. "We are bound to this place, to the house, to the darkness." Sarah felt the weight of the words pressing down on her, felt the house's presence surrounding her like a predator closing in for the kill. The mansion's hunger was vast, consuming, and it had been fed for centuries by the lives of those trapped within its walls. She was no different. No matter how hard she fought, no matter how hard she struggled, the house had claimed her, just as it had claimed her ancestors. But even as the darkness pressed in on her, something inside Sarah resisted. A flicker of defiance, no matter how small, remained. The house wanted to break her, to make her one of them, to bind her to its cursed throne. But she wouldn't give in. Not completely. With all the strength she could muster, Sarah closed her eyes, focusing on the necklace, on the energy that still pulsed within it. The light within her began to flicker, small and weak, but it was still there. She had summoned it before, and she could do it again. She had to. She reached deep within herself, drawing on the last remnants of her will, and as she did, the light within the necklace flared to life. The darkness around her recoiled, the shadows retreating from the light. She could feel the house, the mansion itself, shudder in response, as though it were being pushed back, if only for a moment. The figure of her mother recoiled as well, a look of surprise flickering across her hollow features. "No," the figure hissed, its voice dripping with venom. "You cannot fight us! You belong to us!" But Sarah didn't listen. She couldn't. She had seen what the house could do, what it had done to her family, to her ancestors. She knew that if she stayed, if she let herself be consumed, she would be lost forever. But if she fought, if she found a way to break free, she had to try. The light from the necklace flared brighter, blinding her for a moment, and when it dimmed, Sarah's surroundings had changed. She was no longer sitting on the throne, bound by the shadows. She was standing in a vast, empty chamber, the walls stretching high above her, lost in the dark. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, but there was something else, something she couldn't place, something ancient. She turned slowly, her pulse racing, as she realized what had changed. The shadows, the whispers, were gone. The figure of her mother, too, had vanished. For a moment, the silence felt deafening. The weight in the air had lifted, the crushing presence of the house no longer pressing in on her. It was as though the mansion itself had paused, waiting for something to happen. And then, In the far corner of the room, a figure stepped forward. A man, tall and imposing, his features hidden beneath a dark cloak that seemed to shift like the shadows themselves. His presence radiated power, his gaze fixed on Sarah with an intensity that made her blood run cold. "You have done well, Sarah Whittaker." The man's voice rumbled, deep and resonant, as though it came from the very depths of the earth. "You have resisted." For now, Sarah's heart skipped a beat. Who was this man, and why did he sound so familiar? "You were meant to be a queen," the man continued, stepping closer. "But your reign will not be what you think." The figure lifted a hand, and as he did, the darkness seemed to respond, swirling around him like a living thing. It was then that Sarah understood. This was not a man. This was a part of the house. This was something far older, something tied to the very roots of the mansion, a being that had existed long before her family had ever arrived. And he wasn't here to offer her power. He was here to take it. Sarah took a step back, fear crawling up her spine, but the figure's voice stopped her. "You are the Hollow Queen," he said, his tone filled with both recognition and pity. "But you have yet to understand the true nature of your crown. You have taken your place on the throne, but you will not sit alone." The air around Sarah seemed to constrict, the shadows tightening, coiling around her like a noose. The figure's words rang in her ears, echoing with a dreadful truth. "There must always be a king to rule beside you, Sarah Whittaker, and I am he." Before she could react, the figure raised his hand again, and the shadows surged forward, wrapping themselves around her, pulling her toward the man. She fought, she struggled, but her body refused to obey. She was trapped, once again, within the grasp of the mansion, bound by forces far stronger than her. And, as she was pulled toward the figure, she realized the terrible truth. The house had always been part of her bloodline's legacy. But it wasn't just a throne for one. It was a throne for two. A king and a queen. And now, Sarah Whittaker was not alone on the throne. The Hollow King had returned. The darkness swirled around Sarah, the shadows tightening their grip on her, dragging her toward the figure that stood before her, his cloak billowing like smoke, his presence suffocating. She struggled, but her limbs felt heavy, her strength waning as the shadows pressed in, tightening around her like a vice. The air grew colder still, and the familiar whispers returned. Louder than ever, a symphony of voices that filled her mind with dread. "You cannot escape." The figure's voice rumbled, deep and resonant. "The throne has already claimed you, and now you will reign with me. Together, we will bring the house back to life." His words were a dark promise, a sentence that sealed her fate. Sarah's pulse raced as the shadows continued to pull her toward him, her feet dragging across the cold stone floor. She wanted to scream, to break free, but it felt as though the mansion itself were holding her captive, binding her to this place, to this terrible fate. The figure was closed now, and as she was pulled toward him, she saw his face for the first time pale, gaunt, and hollow, with eyes that glowed like embers, dark and burning with an unnatural fire. He smiled, but it wasn't a smile of warmth or kindness. It was a smile of possession, of triumph. "I am the Hollow King," he said, his voice cold and commanding. "And now, you will be my queen." Sarah's heart skipped a beat as the weight of his words settled over her like a shroud. She had resisted for so long, had fought against the curse that had haunted her family for generations. But now, the truth was undeniable. The mansion had claimed her. The darkness had claimed her. And there was no escaping it. Not anymore. The Hollow King stepped forward, his hand outstretched toward her, his fingers long and skeletal, like claws reaching for her soul. The shadows writhed at his command, swirling around her like a living thing. The mansion groaned, its walls shaking as though it, too, were alive with hunger. Sarah felt the weight of the house's power pressing against her, a force she could neither fight nor understand. She was close now, so close that she could feel the cold emanating from him, the chill of death and decay that clung to his very being. His hand hovered just inches from her, and Sarah's breath hitched in her throat, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. But before his hand could touch her, before she could be claimed entirely, something inside her stirred. The necklace. The same necklace that had connected her to the mansion, the same necklace that had been her curse, now felt different. It was warm, pulsing with a strange energy, as though it were alive. The darkness recoiled slightly, as though the necklace itself were a threat. Sarah's eyes widened in realization. The necklace, her connection to the house, to the throne, to the curse, wasn't just a shackle. It was also a weapon. She had felt its power before, but now she understood its true nature. It was not just a conduit for the house's power. It was the key to breaking its hold. If she could harness its energy, if she could control it, she might still have a chance to fight back. With every ounce of strength left in her, Sarah reached for the necklace, gripping it tightly in her hand. The energy inside it surged, and for a moment, the world seemed to shift. The shadows around her writhed and twisted, as if they were being torn apart by an unseen force. The Hollow King's face twisted in anger, his glowing eyes narrowing as he saw the necklace glow brighter, more fiercely than it ever had before. "No!" he hissed, his voice cracking with rage.
You cannot defy me!
But Sarah did not stop. The necklace was no longer just a symbol of her curse. It was the key to her freedom. She could feel its energy coursing through her, filling her with a warmth that pushed back the cold of the mansion, the darkness, and the Hollow King. She focused all her will, all her strength, on the necklace, willing it to break the chains that had bound her. The shadows recoiled once more, as if the house itself were trying to fight against the power she had unlocked. The Hollow King staggered back, his form flickering, as though he were losing his hold on the very essence of the house. The energy from the necklace pulsed brighter, filling the room with a blinding light that pushed the darkness back, banishing the shadows from her mind, from her body. The Hollow King screamed, a primal roar of fury and fear, but Sarah's resolve did not waver. She had resisted for too long, and now she was using the power of her bloodline to fight back. She was no longer a victim of the mansion, no longer bound to the throne. She was the one in control. With one final surge of energy, Sarah thrust the necklace forward, the light enveloping her completely. The figure of the Hollow King screeched as the light consumed him, his form disintegrating into smoke, vanishing into nothingness. The room shook violently, the very foundation of the mansion trembling as if it were being torn apart from within. And then, all at once, the light faded. The darkness was gone. The mansion was silent. For a moment, Sarah stood there, panting, her body exhausted from the struggle, the weight of the curse lifting from her shoulders like a heavy fog. The throne, the mansion, the darkness, all of it was gone, banished into the ether, as though it had never existed at all. Sarah's hands were trembling, but she felt free. The power of the mansion had no hold on her anymore. The curse that had plagued her family for generations had been broken. She had broken it. But as the silence stretched on, Sarah's victory felt hollow. The mansion was silent, but it was not gone. There was still something within the walls, something that had always been there, waiting. The house had not given up entirely. For a moment, Sarah thought she had won, but she knew better than to think it was truly over. The mansion had been a prison for her family for centuries. It had claimed them one by one, and it had claimed her as well. But now, for the first time, Sarah Whittaker stood free. The Hollow King was gone, and the throne was empty. But she knew the truth. The mansion would always hunger, and as long as it existed, it would seek to claim someone else, someone new. And when it did, it would not stop. It would never stop. But Sarah would be ready. For the first time, she would no longer be bound, and this time, she would make sure the house knew it. The mansion was eerily silent. For a brief moment, Sarah stood in the center of the grand chamber, the light from the necklace still faintly glowing in her hand, the warmth now fading into a cold emptiness. She had done it. The Hollow King was gone, consumed by the very power that had once bound him to the house. The curse that had plagued her family for generations, that had claimed them one by one, was finally broken. But as the dust settled, as the shadows began to recede, a deeper truth became clear to Sarah. The mansion, this cursed place that had been her prison, was not gone. It was not destroyed. It had only been temporarily subdued, pushed back into the depths of its dark core. The darkness had retreated, yes, but it had not vanished. It had only been quieted. She stood in the center of the room, feeling the weight of the necklace in her hand. The symbol of her bloodline, her curse, and her power now seemed to pulse with a faint, lingering energy. The echoes of the mansion's malevolent presence still lingered, pressing against the edges of her thoughts, as if the house were biding its time, waiting for her to make a move. And then it hit her. The Hollow King had not been the true enemy. The house itself, the very land upon which it was built, was the true force of evil. It was alive, ancient, and hungry. The Hollow King had merely been its servant, a pawn in its greater game. The mansion had been waiting for the right moment, for the right heir to sit upon the throne and carry out its will. And now, with the Hollow King gone, the house would seek a new ruler. It would not rest until it had found one. Sarah's pulse quickened as the realization set in. The mansion had not been destroyed. It had simply been dormant, its power sealed within the walls, waiting for a new bloodline to claim its throne. And that bloodline, hers, had been the key. She turned away from the throne, feeling the weight of the walls around her, pressing in as if the house itself were alive, watching her every move. The shadows swirled around the room once more, but this time they were not filled with fear. They were waiting, watching, hungry. The necklace burned in her hand, its energy pulsing as though it were alive. She could feel its connection to the house, to the very essence of the mansion itself. It was part of her, and yet it was not. It was a reminder of everything she had fought to escape, and yet it was also her strength. The key to her freedom, to her power, and to the house's control. With a shudder, Sarah closed her fingers around the necklace, the warmth of its power flooding through her. The house was not gone. It never would be. But she could feel it deep within her. The energy that pulsed from the very foundation of the mansion. It was bound to her now, just as she was bound to it. But this time, she would not be its prisoner. Her mind raced as she considered the next step. The Hollow King had fallen, but the darkness had not been eradicated. It was still here, still alive, still hungry. And Sarah had inherited that hunger. She could feel it, gnawing at her, pulling at her from the inside out. She was its heir, its queen. She had claimed the throne. But it had not claimed her soul, not yet. But the mansion would not wait forever. It would seek to claim someone else, someone weaker. It would keep calling, keep whispering, until it had its new ruler. And that ruler might not be as strong as she had been. The next heir might not have the strength to fight, the will to resist. And when that time came, the mansion would rise again, stronger than before. Sarah took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision that lay before her. The house was alive, and it was part of her now. But she was no longer a prisoner. She had the power to control it. She had the power to reshape it, to bend it to her will. She could turn the mansion into something different, something that no longer consumed the souls of her family, something that would break free from the cycle of darkness. But to do that, she had to accept the truth. The house would never truly leave her. It was part of her bloodline, part of her heritage. It would always hunger. And now, it was her responsibility to ensure that it did not consume the world beyond the walls. She clenched her fist around the necklace, her heart pounding as she made her decision. She would be the last Whittaker to fall victim to the house. She would break the curse. She would be the one to reshape the mansion's legacy, not as a prisoner, but as its queen. The mansion trembled beneath her feet, as though it could sense the change, as though it knew that its power was slipping from its grasp. The shadows shifted, the darkness gathering in the corners, but this time they were not closing in. They were waiting for her command. Sarah took a deep breath, lifting her chin, feeling the weight of the mantle settle on her shoulders. She was not the same girl who had wandered into the mansion, terrified and lost. She had fought. She had resisted. And now, she would rule. The necklace in her hand began to glow, its light brighter than ever before, and as it did, the shadows around her bowed. The house was no longer a place of fear. It was hers to command. She turned and walked toward the center of the room, her footsteps steady and resolute. The throne, once a symbol of oppression and despair, now beckoned her, not as a prison, but as her seat of power. As she sat down, the mansion seemed to breathe, its walls shifting and groaning as the very foundation of the house responded to her presence. The darkness around her swirled like a living thing, but this time it was not a threat. It was a tool, an extension of her will. Sarah Whittaker had become the Hollow Queen, but she was not like the ones who had come before her. She would not succumb to the darkness. She would wield it. The mansion was hers, and with it, she would reshape her bloodline's destiny. She would ensure that the hunger of the house would never again consume anyone else. And as she sat upon the throne, the shadows whispered in her ear, their voices now reverent, now filled with awe. The Hollow Queen reigns. The air was thick with power as Sarah sat upon the throne. The shadows in the room, once a source of terror, now seemed to bow before her, acknowledging her dominion over them. The mansion, the house that had once enslaved her ancestors, that had claimed their very souls, now pulsed with a different energy, a power that she controlled. She could feel it vibrating beneath the floorboards, surging through the walls, as though the house itself were alive, breathing in unison with her. Her heart still raced in her chest, but now it was not fear that fueled it. It was something else, something primal, something strong. She had always been afraid of the mansion, of what it had done to her family, of what it would do to her. But now, she was no longer afraid. The house had claimed her, yes, but she had claimed it back. She was its queen, and she would not be ruled. The darkness no longer pressed in on her. It swirled, yes, but it swirled with purpose, with respect. The shadows no longer felt like enemies. They felt like allies, extensions of her will. The mansion, too, was no longer a prison. It was her kingdom. The power that had been passed down through the Whittaker bloodline, the curse that had consumed them for generations, was now hers to control. She stood from the throne, her body moving with confidence, her steps firm and deliberate. The mansion seemed to shift with her, its ancient walls groaning as though they were waking up, stretching under her influence. The temperature in the room warmed slightly, as if the house itself were responding to her command, shedding the cold, oppressive weight it had carried for so long. As Sarah moved through the grand chamber, her mind raced with the possibilities. She had done it. She had broken the curse. But now, the real work began. The mansion's hunger still lingered, but she could feel it shifting, changing. The darkness would always be a part of her, part of the house, but now she would wield it. She would shape it, bend it to her will. She was the Hollow Queen, and with that title came a terrible, dangerous power. The shadows followed her, twisting in the air like living tendrils. But instead of suffocating her, they now wrapped around her like a cloak, a protective barrier against whatever might come. She could feel them, feel the power they held, the energy they could unleash. It was intoxicating. It was liberating. She stopped in the center of the room, her hands held out to her sides. The mansion, the darkness, the very essence of the house, was now hers to command. And with that thought, she realized something. The house was not just a force of destruction. It was a tool, a power that could be used to shape the world beyond its walls. Her family had been bound to it, consumed by it. But she, Sarah Whittaker, would not be bound. She would make the house hers, not just as a prisoner, but as a ruler. The air seemed to hum with energy, and she could feel it. The mansion, the kingdom, now bending to her will. She had the power to reshape everything, to remake the world according to her design. No longer would the house claim victims. No longer would it enslave those who entered its domain. She would use its power, its energy, to change the world. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her, but she didn't hesitate. This was her destiny. This was the true purpose of her bloodline. A thought entered her mind, a vision of the future. A future where she, Sarah Whittaker, ruled not just the mansion, but the world beyond its walls. She could bring others into her fold, make them a part of her kingdom, and with that power, reshape everything. The mansion, with its dark history, would become the foundation of a new order. A kingdom born of shadows, but led by her light. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. The house would no longer be a curse. It would be her throne, and she would be its queen. But even as she embraced her newfound power, a part of her could not ignore the lingering question. The house, the mansion, had always been hungry. It had claimed her family, taken their souls, consumed them until there was nothing left. It had claimed the Hollow King and would seek a new ruler, a new heir to the throne. She had taken the crown. But was she truly the master of the house? She paused, her mind racing with the implications. The mansion had been bound to her bloodline for generations, feeding off them, shaping them into its servants. But now, she had broken that cycle. She had reclaimed her family's legacy. She had taken the throne. But would the house ever truly stop craving? Would the darkness ever cease its hunger? Sarah shook the thought from her mind. No, she would not fall into the same trap that had consumed her ancestors. She would not let the mansion claim her soul as it had claimed theirs. She would be the master of the house, not its servant. She had broken free of the curse. The mansion would no longer rule her. As if in response to her thoughts, the house seemed to shift again, a deep rumbling shaking the ground beneath her feet. The walls groaned, the shadows flickering like candles in the wind, but Sarah did not flinch. She stood firm, her eyes burning with a fierce resolve. The mansion had claimed her, yes, but now she claimed it. And with that thought, the shadows parted, revealing a door at the far end of the room. It was the door she had never noticed before, the door that had remained hidden in the darkness, waiting for her. She walked toward it, her steps sure and steady. The house no longer seemed like a prison. It was a kingdom, and she was its queen. The door opened before her, revealing the grand hall beyond. The mansion stretched out before her, its vast halls and corridors now hers to command. She could feel the power of the house surging through her, the very essence of it flowing within her veins. She was no longer a prisoner. She was a ruler. But even as she stepped forward, a part of her couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The mansion had been her family's curse, but now it was her legacy. She would shape it, reshape it, and use its power to rule the world. The Hollow Queen had ascended, and now the Hollow Kingdom was hers to command. But the hunger of the mansion would never truly end, and Sarah Whittaker would always be its queen. The mansion loomed around Sarah, its cold, endless halls stretching farther than she could see. The power she had felt earlier was still coursing through her veins, a heady mixture of dominance and dread. The house had been her prison, and now It was her kingdom. But in the quiet, after the battle, something felt off. There was a hum in the air, a tension that made her skin prickle, an undercurrent she couldn't ignore. She had thought that once she sat upon the throne, once the Hollow King was gone, that she would have control. That she would be free from the house's insatiable hunger. But the mansion was not content with just one queen. The hunger, deep, unyielding, was still there. She could feel it, gnawing at the edges of her mind, pulling at her heart. The house was alive, a sentient, breathing thing that had been fed by the blood of her ancestors for centuries. And now it wanted more. The whispers were quiet for a moment, but they always returned. Every time she thought she was free, every time she thought she had control, they crept back into her thoughts, crawling like cold fingers beneath her skin. Sarah, Sarah. She took a deep breath and stood still in the center of the grand hall, letting the echoes of the house fill her mind. The shadows gathered around her, shifting, twisting, as though awaiting her command. And yet, there was something else, something she couldn't fully grasp. It was a force older than her, older than the mansion itself, and it was waking up. The doors to the grand hall creaked open, a gust of cold air swirling through, and Sarah turned, her body tense. She was prepared for anything, another figure. Another twist in the house's web of manipulation. But instead, standing at the threshold was a man she hadn't expected to see. A figure she had long thought lost. It was her father. But this was not the man she had known. This was something else, something changed. His eyes were hollow, lifeless, the deep dark of the mansion reflected in their depths. His once strong frame was now thin, gaunt, his face drawn with an unnatural pallor. He had been consumed by the house, by its hunger, just as her mother had been. Sarah. His voice was a low rasp, dry and hollow. I knew you would return to the throne. Her breath caught in her throat. She had believed him dead, buried beneath the weight of the house's curse, just like the rest of her family. But now he stood before her, a twisted version of the man who had once protected her. Father, she whispered, stepping forward, though the fear in her heart weighed her down. She couldn't bring herself to call him anything else. This thing that stood before her wasn't her father. It couldn't be. Her father had died long ago, lost to the hunger of the house. This was just another shadow, another victim. His lips twisted into a broken smile, and his hands, thin and bony, reached out toward her. You don't understand, Sarah. His voice grew darker, filled with an eerie calm. This is what we were always meant to be. This is the destiny of the Whittaker family. It is not just about the throne. It's about the house, it's about feeding it, feeding ourselves. His eyes, those blackened pits, pierced through her, and in that moment, Sarah understood. She was not the first to sit on this throne. She was not the first to fall into this trap. Her ancestors had been bound to this place, just as she had been. The house had fed on them, but in turn they had fed it, drawn power from it, and allowed the mansion to grow, to awaken. The Hollow King had been the figurehead, the one who led the dark forces. But her father had been something else. He had been the soul of the house, a part of its will. And now, he was here in the form of an echo, a shadow of what he once was, brought back by the very energy Sarah had harnessed. No, she breathed, stepping back, her heart racing with a mixture of fear and anger. I won't become like you. I won't be controlled by this house. Her father's twisted smile deepened. It's too late, Sarah. You've already taken your place. You cannot escape what is already part of you. The house has claimed you, and now it will claim everything. The mansion groaned, its ancient timbers shifting, as if in agreement. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with dark energy, as though the house itself were feeding off her words, feeding off her defiance. But Sarah was not afraid anymore. She had already faced the darkness and defeated the Hollow King. She had already claimed her place on the throne, and she would not let her father, this creature that had once been her protector, drag her back into the house's grip. With a swift movement, she reached for the necklace, feeling the familiar pulse of energy that had come to define her connection to the mansion. She raised it high above her head, her voice trembling but firm as she spoke the words that had been passed down through her bloodline, the ancient incantation that could bend the mansion's power to her will. "I reject you," she said, the words pouring from her lips like a spell. "I am not your queen. I will not feed you. I will not let you claim my soul." The necklace flared with light, the energy within it surging as though it were a living thing, responding to her command. Her father's form flickered, his features warping as though the light from the necklace was burning him, undoing the curse that had taken hold of him. He reached out toward her, his hands shaking with an unnatural hunger. "You cannot," he started, but his words were cut off as the light from the necklace intensified, blinding and pure. The shadows shrieked in response, writhing against the light. But they were no match for Sarah's will. The house, the mansion itself, recoiled. The figure of her father crumpled, his body writhing and contorting, the darkness around him dissipating like smoke in the wind. His hollow eyes filled with a flicker of recognition before fading into nothingness. And then the silence fell again. Sarah collapsed to her knees, the necklace falling from her grasp as the energy inside it faded. Her chest heaved, exhaustion overtaking her. She had won, again. She had rejected the house's control. But the victory felt hollow. She knew the truth now. The mansion would never truly be free of its hunger. It would never stop seeking its next ruler. The Hollow King was gone, but the darkness would always remain, always seek to claim the next soul. And Sarah Whittaker knew, deep within her bones, that she could not let her family's legacy end in shadows. The house was hers to command, but it was also hers to destroy. She would burn the mansion down, once and for all, before it could claim anyone else. But that would take time, and a part of her knew that she couldn't do it alone. There were others out there, others who might be drawn to the mansion's darkness, its power. She would need allies. She would need to find those who could help her shatter the chains that bound the mansion. For now, though, the house was silent, and Sarah Whittaker was ready to finish what her family had started. The stillness of the mansion felt like the calm before the storm. The shadows were no longer swarming around her like a sentient force. The whispering had died down, leaving only an unsettling silence that hummed in the air. The house had retreated, but Sarah knew better than to believe it was truly gone. The darkness, the hunger, still lingered beneath the surface, still waiting for a moment of weakness. But now she was not afraid. She had faced it, and for now she had won. But victory was fleeting, and Sarah's mind raced as she considered the path ahead. She had rejected the mansion's grip, defeated the Hollow King, and cast off the twisted echo of her father. But the house remained, a living, breathing entity, feeding on the darkness in her bloodline. She had broken the chains for now, but how long would the peace last? Her thoughts were interrupted as she stood, the weight of the mansion's ancient power pressing down on her shoulders like an unseen force. She reached down, picking up the necklace that had become both a symbol of her power and a reminder of the house's insatiable hunger. The light inside it was dim, no longer pulsing with the intensity it had when she had first used it to banish the Hollow King, but it still thrummed with potential. There was no denying it. She was tied to this house, to its power, to its curse. But Sarah had already made up her mind. She would destroy the mansion. She would break its grip on her bloodline once and for all. But to do that, she couldn't do it alone. The mansion had claimed her ancestors, had bent them to its will. It had tried to claim her too, but she had fought back, and she had won. She had broken the curse, for now. But the house, the mansion, would never stop. It would keep feeding, keep searching for the next heir to claim, and it would always find one, no matter what. Sarah could feel it in the walls, in the very stones beneath her feet. It was still hungry. It was still waiting. She had to stop it. But how? Her fingers tightened around the necklace. The power within it had connected her to the house, had given her strength. But now, it was a tether, an anchor. She could feel the house's pull, its gravity. It wanted to claim her again. It wanted to bring her back under its control. But no. Sarah clenched her jaw. She would not be its servant. She would be its destroyer. She turned and walked toward the grand doors of the mansion, feeling the weight of the house shift with her every step. The mansion was watching, aware of her every move. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch, reaching for her, but she ignored them. She was the Hollow Queen. She had control now, and she would use that power. The mansion would not claim another Whitaker. Not her. Not again. But she couldn't do it alone. She needed allies. And not just any allies. She needed those who had faced the darkness. Those who had seen its hunger and lived to tell the tale. She needed to find them. The ones who had escaped the mansion's grasp. The ones who had survived. The echoes of the mansion's hunger still rang in her mind. The darkness had been quelled, but it had not been eradicated. It was still there, just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise again. Sarah knew that moment would come. She could feel it in the walls. The house was still hungry. The mansion had not given up its claim on her. It never would, but she would fight it. She would face it, destroy it, and finally end the curse that had haunted her family for generations. And she would need help. There were others out there who knew the house's dark secrets. Others who had been touched by its hunger. And she would find them. The mansion groaned as Sarah moved toward the doors. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers resting on the cool, iron handle. The house was not just a place. It was a force, and she was part of it. But no more. She had made her choice. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The sound of the hinges creaked in the silence, but Sarah didn't flinch. She stepped into the unknown, into the world beyond the mansion, and left the shadowed halls behind. The mansion's presence still pressed against her mind, but she would not let it control her anymore. She would break free. The wind outside was cold, biting, but Sarah welcomed it. She stepped onto the threshold of the mansion, leaving behind the dark, twisted heart of her family's legacy. There was no going back now. She had broken free of the curse. But the battle was far from over. The mansion had claimed her ancestors. It had tried to claim her. And it would continue to claim others unless she stopped it. She couldn't let it happen again. She had to find others. Others who had seen what she had seen. Others who had survived. Together, they could destroy the mansion. Together, they could break the curse for good. And Sarah knew where she had to start. The first step was finding those who had escaped, those who had been touched by the house's hunger but had lived to tell the tale. But first, she had to find them. They were out there. She knew it, and Sarah Whitaker would stop at nothing to gather the lost souls who had escaped, to rebuild the resistance that would stand against the house. Because the Hollow Kingdom was hers to destroy, and she would stop at nothing to rid the world of its darkness. The mansion had claimed her family. It had tried to claim her, but now, Sarah was going to burn it to the ground. The wind howled around Sarah as she stepped out of the mansion's oppressive grip and into the world beyond. The mansion loomed behind her, a dark silhouette against the fading light of the evening. She could feel the pulse of its power, the subtle tug of its darkness pulling at her, but she resisted. She was free. At least, for now. The night was cold, biting at her skin, but the chill in the air was nothing compared to the weight she had just cast off. The mansion, her prison, had been left behind, but its shadow would always loom large in her life. The mansion wasn't gone. It was just waiting for its next victim. And Sarah couldn't let that happen again. Her footsteps echoed in the silent, empty expanse before her. The world felt so quiet after the constant murmur of the mansion's whispering shadows. The air here, outside the house, was untainted. She breathed it in, trying to reclaim some sense of normalcy, but deep inside, she knew the truth. The battle had only just begun. The mansion's hunger would always be there, lurking, until she eradicated it once and for all. She needed allies. She knew the mansion's darkness well now. She had been shaped by it, and she was beginning to understand the true extent of the curse that ran through her bloodline. It wasn't just about the mansion. It was about a power far older, something tied to the land itself. The Whittakers had been bound to it for generations, and now Sarah had broken the chains. But even so, she couldn't destroy it alone. She remembered the stories her mother had told her before everything had gone dark. Stories of people who had escaped the mansion, people who had fought back. She hadn't believed them at first. She had thought her family's curse was an isolated tragedy, but now she understood. There were others who had felt the house's pull, others who had been marked by its darkness and survived. She needed to find them. Her first step was to go to the town, the small, crumbling village on the outskirts of the mansion grounds. It had been the closest settlement to the house for generations, and it was filled with those who had lived their whole lives in the shadow of the mansion. Some had run from the house. Some had been driven mad by its presence, but all of them knew what the mansion was capable of. They knew of the curse, of the hollow kings and queens who had ruled from the throne Sarah now occupied. If anyone could help her, it was them. She walked through the darkening streets, her footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. The village was quiet, too quiet, as though the very land around the mansion had been infected by its darkness. The houses here were small, worn down and aging, their walls cracked, their windows covered in grime. It was a place where hope had long since died, where the mansion's reach had spread its curse like a plague. Sarah walked to the small inn at the end of the street. The sign above the door swayed in the wind, creaking like a voice from the past. Inside, the tavern was dimly lit, the warmth of the fire offering a sharp contrast to the biting cold outside. There were a few patrons scattered around, nursing their drinks in silence. The air felt thick, heavy with unspoken fear. Sarah could feel the tension in the room. This was a place where people didn't ask questions, where the past was left buried, and where the darkness of the mansion was something to be forgotten. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and tired eyes, looked up as she entered. He didn't speak at first, his gaze studying her carefully. He'd seen her before, of course. Everyone in the village had. She was one of them, a Whittaker. But she wasn't the same girl who had lived here before. No one was after the mansion had claimed them. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. "I need information," Sarah replied, her voice steady, betraying none of the fear she still felt. She was no longer a child. She had fought the darkness. She had claimed the mansion, and she would not let it control her anymore. There are others who have escaped, others who have fought back. I need to find them. The innkeeper's face softened for a moment, but only for a moment. Then it hardened again, his eyes narrowing with a mix of suspicion and sorrow. "You're looking for them, are you?" he said softly, almost as if to himself. "People like you don't just walk away from the house. The mansion owns you. It always does." "I'm not going back," Sarah said firmly, her voice cutting through the air like a knife. "I'm not going to let it claim anyone else. I'll destroy it. I'll break its grip on my family." The innkeeper studied her for a long moment, his gaze shifting from the fire to her face. Slowly, he stood up and moved toward the back of the inn. A low, heavy door that led to a back room. Sarah followed him, unsure of what to expect. He was a man of few words, but his silence seemed to speak volumes. He stopped at the door, turning to face her. "You're brave, girl," he said quietly. "But it's not just the mansion you have to worry about. There's more than just the house. There's a power, an ancient one. It's not dead. It's just waiting for the right time to come back." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. "The house. Where are they?" she asked urgently. The innkeeper hesitated for a long moment, glancing back toward the door. "There's a place, a hidden place, where others like you gather," he said quietly, his voice low as if he feared being overheard. "They don't call themselves anything. They don't want to be found. But they know what the house is. They've seen its hunger, and they fight." He stepped closer, leaning in toward her. "You find them, and you'll find what you're looking for. But be careful. You might not like what you uncover." The innkeeper opened the door to the back room, revealing a narrow staircase that led to a hidden basement. Without another word, he stepped aside, allowing Sarah to descend into the darkness below. The stairs creaked underfoot as Sarah made her way down, the air thick with the scent of dust and old wood. The silence was deafening, but in the dark of the basement, she could feel it, the weight of countless secrets hidden away for so long. At the bottom, she found a room, a small, dimly lit space with a few scattered chairs and tables, and around them, a group of faces she didn't recognize. Faces that seemed wary, guarded, but also curious, watching her every movement. The air in the room was tense, as if every one of them knew exactly what she was. One man stood up from a chair in the corner, his eyes sharp, his posture alert. He looked like someone who had lived through a storm. He'd seen the darkness, and somehow he had survived. "You're looking for us," he said flatly, his voice low. "The ones who survived." Sarah nodded, her heart pounding. This was it. These were the people she needed, the ones who had fought back. "Tell me what you know about the house," she said, her voice steady. "Tell me everything. I need to stop it. I need to make sure it never takes anyone again." The man studied her for a moment and then nodded slowly. "All right. Sit down. It's going to be a long story." And so, Sarah took her seat. The hollow resistance had been born. The mansion's grip was weakening, but it was not over. The darkness still lingered, and she would need every ally she could find to finally put an end to the Hollow Kingdom once and for all. The resistance had begun. The room in the basement was small, but the weight of the stories it contained was immense. Sarah sat across from the group, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows against the walls, obscuring the faces of those who had lived in the shadow of the mansion's dark hunger. The man who had spoken earlier, whose eyes gleamed with a dangerous knowledge, took a seat at the head of the table. He didn't introduce himself. There was no need. The tension in the room was palpable. Sarah could feel the weight of their gaze on her, their suspicion, their caution. The people here, survivors of the mansion's curse, knew better than anyone the dangers of hope. They had been burned by it before. Many of them had escaped, but none of them had truly been free, not really. "I don't know if you understand what you're dealing with," the man said, his voice low but unwavering. "The mansion, it isn't just a house. It's a force, a darkness that feeds off despair. That's why your bloodline is cursed. The Wettakers didn't just inherit a house. They inherited something far worse. A hunger. And no matter how many times it's defeated, it always comes back." The room was silent as the words sank in. Sarah could feel her heartbeat in her ears, the realization crashing over her like a tidal wave. She had thought the mansion had been a curse, a mistake, a burden. But this was something else. This was not just a building. This was a living, breathing thing, a creature of darkness and desire, seeking to consume everything in its path. I know what it feels like, the man continued. The pull, the whispers. It's like the house is inside your head, rooting around in your thoughts, taking what it wants. It feeds off you, feeds off the fear. That's how it survives. That's how it keeps going. The mansion is alive, Sarah. It has its claws in you, and the only way to break free is to kill it. But that's easier said than done. Sarah felt the weight of the man's words settle on her chest, heavier than any burden she had ever felt before. She thought back to the moments she had spent in the mansion, the moments of terror, the times when she had fought back, the feeling of the darkness closing in around her. But she hadn't truly understood what she was up against. The house wasn't just a building. It was a predator, and she had been its prey for her entire life. But you said it can be killed, Sarah said, her voice trembling but firm. That's what you're all here for, isn't it? To destroy it once and for all. The man nodded, his expression darkening. We tried, he said quietly. A long time ago. Before the curse found you, we tried to destroy it. We thought we could burn it to the ground. But the house fought back. It always does. It's a force beyond anything we can truly understand. We couldn't destroy it. We could only run. Sarah's blood ran cold at his words. They had tried to destroy it, and failed. Could she truly succeed where they had not? The other survivors in the room remained quiet, their eyes downcast. Sarah could feel their fear that matched her own. They had lived through the nightmare, but they had not escaped it. They were trapped, just like she was. We didn't just run from the mansion, the man added, his tone softening as he glanced at the others. Some of us tried to warn people, tried to stop the house from claiming more. But it was too late. The curse had already spread. The mansion didn't just consume the Wettalkers. It consumed anyone who got too close. That's what you're dealing with. Sarah's mind raced. The house had spread beyond her family. It had touched others, drawn them in, turned them into victims of its hunger. She had thought that defeating the Hollow King would end the curse, that it would free her from the mansion's hold. But now she realized that it was far more than just a family legacy. It was a living nightmare, a curse that had stretched its fingers out into the world, claiming anyone it touched. I don't care what it takes, Sarah said, her voice cutting through the tension. I'll destroy it. I'll find a way. If the mansion wants to claim me, it'll have to fight for it. I'm not going to let it win. The man leaned forward, his gaze intense. You're stronger than I thought, he said, his voice filled with something like respect. But you can't do this alone. You need more than just the power of the mansion. You need the right knowledge. And you need to understand one thing. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. The mansion is connected to something older, he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. Something beyond the house itself. Something ancient. If you want to destroy the mansion, you have to sever that connection. And to do that, you'll need more than just fire and steel. You'll need the essence of the house itself. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? The essence of the house? The man's eyes were filled with a dark understanding. The house was built on something ancient. It wasn't just a building. It was a gateway. And if you want to destroy it, you need to find what connects it to this world. You need to find the heart of the mansion, the source of its power. And once you destroy that, you'll kill the house. But be warned, it won't be easy. The house will fight back with everything it has. Sarah stood up, determination hardening in her chest. Then I'll fight it, whatever it takes. The man nodded solemnly. I believe you will. But understand this, once you start, there's no turning back. The mansion won't let you go. It will come for you with everything it has. And if you fail..." His voice trailed off, but the meaning was clear. If she failed, the mansion would claim her. And if she succeeded, she would face something even worse: the full, unrestrained power of the mansion, a force unlike anything the world had ever known. Sarah's mind was made up. She would not fail. She couldn't. The mansion had already claimed too much. It had taken her family. It had tried to claim her. And now she would destroy it. "We'll do it together," Sarah said, her voice steady. "We'll find the heart of the house, and we'll destroy it." The man studied her for a moment before nodding. "You're not alone in this anymore. We'll help you." And with that, Sarah realized that the first step to destroying the mansion was not just in fighting the darkness. It was in understanding it. To defeat it, she would need to uncover the truth behind its power, the ancient connection that had given it life, and the essence that fed it. The mansion had always been a force of darkness, a parasite that had fed on the souls of the Wetacres. But now, Sarah was no longer the prey. She was the hunter, and she would stop at nothing to destroy the mansion once and for all. The plan was in motion. Sarah could feel the weight of it on her shoulders as she stood with the small group of survivors. They had agreed to help her, to stand by her side in her quest, to find the heart of the mansion, the essence that had kept it alive for centuries. But even as they prepared to face the horrors that awaited them, an overwhelming sense of dread settled in Sarah's chest. This was no ordinary fight. It wasn't just about defeating the house. It was about destroying something far more ancient, far more powerful. The survivors, each of them scarred by the house's darkness in their own way, were ready to help, but Sarah could see the doubt in their eyes. They had tried to destroy the mansion before and failed. They knew the dangers. They understood the stakes. "How do we even find it?" Sarah asked the man who had led her to the group, the one who had given her the knowledge she needed to begin her journey. He was older than the others, a quiet man with a stern face and a lifetime of regret behind his eyes. He had lived through the mansion's horrors long before Sarah had arrived. "You'll have to find the source," he said softly, "and to do that, you'll need to uncover the mansion's true origins. The house was never just a home. It was a gateway, a portal to something older than this world. It was built on cursed land, on blood that flows from beyond the earth, beyond time itself." Sarah's heart sank. She had suspected as much, but to hear it spoken aloud sent a chill through her. The mansion was not just a house, it was a link to something far darker. "And how do we destroy it?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm of fear inside her. The man's gaze met hers, unwavering. "We'll need to find the heart, the core of the mansion, the essence that keeps it alive. It's not in the walls. It's not in the foundation. It's something more, intangible. It exists somewhere between the veil of the living and the dead. But once you find it, once you get close enough, you can destroy it. That's the only way to break the curse. But you need to be careful, because the house will fight back, with everything it has." Sarah clenched her fists, determination filling her. She had already fought the mansion once, defeated the Hollow King, rejected her family's curse. But now she was facing something far more dangerous. The mansion was not just a haunted house. It was a living entity, a force that had been feeding on the souls of her ancestors for centuries. It had always known that it would eventually find its way to her. It had made sure of that. And now, it wanted to keep her. She turned to the group of survivors gathered around her. They were her only allies in this fight. She would need their strength, their knowledge, their courage, if they were to succeed. "We find the heart of the mansion," Sarah said, her voice firm, "and we destroy it. Together." The group nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination, but there was also an undercurrent of fear. They had been haunted by the mansion for years, trapped in its shadow, and the weight of that history hung heavily over them. The man stepped forward. "We need to go deep. The mansion hides its secrets in its foundations, underground. There are old tunnels beneath the house, hidden chambers where the heart might be. But the closer we get, the more dangerous it will become." Sarah nodded. She had expected this. The mansion had always been full of secrets, and now she was about to uncover them all. They began preparing for the journey. They gathered their tools, flashlights, weapons, and whatever other supplies they could carry. Each of them wore the same grim expression. The fear was still there, but so was the resolve. As they ventured toward the mansion, Sarah could feel the oppressive weight of it in the air. The darkness hung over them like a shroud, and every step they took seemed to echo in the silence. The house was watching, waiting, knowing they were coming. Sarah could almost hear the walls creaking, the floorboards groaning beneath their weight. The mansion was alive, and it was preparing for battle. They reached the front doors, and Sarah hesitated for a moment. She had been here so many times before, but each time had been different. The house had been a prison, a curse. Now it was her battleground. She had been its prisoner, its prey, but not anymore. She would end it. This time she was not here to escape. She was here to destroy. With a steady hand, she pushed open the door, the sound of its hinges creaking loudly in the stillness. The darkened hallway before them stretched out like an ominous path. Shadows clung to the walls like they were alive, like they were waiting for her to falter. But she didn't. She couldn't. The group stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind them, the finality of it echoing through the cold air. The mansion was closing in, its walls seemingly shifting, the house aware that they were here, aware that they had come for the heart. They moved through the house in silence, the only sound their footsteps and the occasional creak of the house settling. The darkness was thick, the air heavy with dust and mildew. They passed through rooms that seemed familiar, rooms that Sarah had seen 100 times before, but they now felt different. The shadows seemed deeper, the air colder. As they descended into the basement, Sarah could feel the temperature drop, the air growing damp and fall. The scent of decay filled her nostrils and she gagged. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She had come too far. They reached a narrow corridor that led downward into the earth, the walls damp and crumbling. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for them to move through side by side. The air was thick with the smell of old stone and earth, but there was something else, something darker. The further they went, the stronger the pull of the mansion's power became. Sarah could feel it now, gnawing at her mind, clawing at her soul. "We're close," the man whispered. His voice was low, filled with a quiet urgency. "The heart is just ahead. But be ready. The house will fight us every step of the way." Sarah nodded, her grip tightening on the flashlight in her hand. She was ready. Whatever came next, she would face it. As they approached the final chamber, the shadows around them seemed to deepen, swirling in on themselves like a living thing. The temperature had dropped even further, and Sarah could see her breath in the air. The walls of the tunnel were lined with strange markings, symbols she didn't recognize, and the floor beneath her feet was slick with moisture. They reached the door to the final chamber, and Sarah hesitated for a moment. This was it, the heart of the mansion, the source of its power. She could feel it, pulsing in the walls, in the very ground beneath her feet. It was alive. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door. The room was vast, an underground chamber, unlike anything she had seen before. In the center of the room, an altar stood, made of stone, covered in dark stains that Sarah could not identify. The air was thick with the scent of blood, of something old, something ancient. And on the altar lay the heart. It was a grotesque, blackened thing, its shape unnatural, like a twisted mockery of a human heart, pulsing with an eerie glow. The darkness around it seemed to bend and writhe, feeding off its power, feeding off the very essence of the house. Sarah stepped forward, her heart racing, and as she did, the ground beneath her feet trembled. The mansion had begun to fight back, but Sarah was no longer afraid. She was the queen, and this time she would not let it win. The chamber seemed to breathe around Sarah. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of something ancient and decayed, like the very essence of the mansion itself had been sealed in this dark crypt. Her heart pounded in her chest, matching the rhythm of the pulsating, grotesque heart that lay at the center of the stone altar. The glowing, blackened mass beat with a sickening pulse, each throb sending waves of oppressive energy through the room. The darkness surrounding the heart was alive, twisting and writhing like tendrils of smoke, reaching out toward her, pulling at her, testing her resolve. Sarah could feel it, like hands brushing against her skin. The hunger, the power, the ancient evil that had built the mansion and bound her bloodline to it. This was it, the source of it all. The heart that had fed the mansion, the dark force that had consumed her family, the thing that had kept the curse alive for generations. And now it was hers to destroy. She stepped forward, her legs shaking but her resolve firm. The survivors behind her remained silent, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. They knew what was at stake. This was the culmination of everything they had fought for, everything they had lost. They had tried to destroy the mansion before, but this time, Sarah was determined to finish it. But as she moved closer to the altar, the ground beneath her feet trembled again, and a deep, guttural growl echoed from the shadows. The house was fighting back, as it always did, and this time it was stronger than before. The walls of the chamber seemed to twist and ripple, as if the very stone itself was alive. The air grew thick with static, and the darkness around them deepened, pressing in like an overwhelming weight. The heart pulsed faster, its eerie glow growing brighter, feeding on the growing chaos. Sarah Whittaker. A voice echoed from the darkness, distorted and hollow, reverberating through the chamber. It was a voice she knew well, the voice of the mansion. The voice that had whispered to her in the darkness for so long. It was not the Hollow King this time. It was the house itself, its will, its hunger. "You cannot destroy me," the voice hissed, its tone mocking, cold. "I am the foundation. The blood of your ancestors runs through me. You are bound to me, Sarah. You will always be mine." Her breath hitched as the shadows in the room twisted and coiled around her, pulling at her limbs, trying to drag her into the depths of the darkness. She could feel the pull, the same pull that had claimed her family, that had threatened to claim her. It was the house's hunger, feeding off her fear, her doubt. But Sarah refused to be afraid. Not now. Not after everything she had been through. Not after she had rejected the mansion's grip on her. She was no longer its prey. She was its executioner. Her hand trembled slightly as she reached out for the heart, her fingers brushing against the cold, blackened surface. The moment she touched it, the room exploded with energy. The darkness surged forward, slamming into her like a physical blow. The shadows twisted, howling with fury, trying to consume her, but she held her ground. She had faced the darkness before, and now she would destroy it. The necklace around her neck pulsed with light, responding to the energy of the heart, drawing on the mansion's power, but turning it against itself. The light from the necklace flared brightly, a beacon of defiance against the suffocating darkness. Sarah focused on the light, letting it surge through her, channeling it into the heart. "This is where it ends," she said through gritted teeth, her voice steady, unwavering. She could feel the power of the mansion thrumming through her, its very essence flowing through the necklace, through her. The shadows screeched in response, their form shifting, their hunger intensifying. But Sarah wasn't afraid. She would not let the mansion claim her. She would not let it claim anyone else. Not again. With all the strength she could muster, Sarah raised the necklace high. The light growing so bright, it seemed to blind everything in its path. The darkness recoiled, twisting away from the light, but it wasn't enough. She had to destroy the heart, the source of the mansion's power. Begone, she whispered, her voice filled with a finality that echoed through the chamber. And with a final surge of energy, the light from the necklace shot forward, enveloping the heart in a blinding blaze. The room trembled, the ground beneath her feet shaking violently as the heart let out a final, horrible scream. The darkness writhed in agony, its grip on Sarah loosening, the shadows collapsing in on themselves. The heart began to disintegrate, its blackened surface cracking, breaking apart like glass. The energy that had once powered the mansion, that had fueled its curse, began to dissipate, fading into nothingness. Sarah collapsed to her knees, exhaustion crashing over her like a wave. The light from the necklace dimmed, and the darkness around her receded, leaving the room quiet, still. The weight of the mansion's presence had lifted. The hunger, the pull, the curse, it was all gone. For a moment, Sarah couldn't breathe. She had done it. She had destroyed the heart, severed the mansion's grip on her bloodline. The darkness that had haunted her family for so long was finally defeated. But as the silence stretched on, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The air felt too still, too quiet. The mansion was silent, yes, but it wasn't gone. And then she felt it. A presence. Not from the heart, not from the mansion itself, but from deep within her. It was a part of her now. The mansion's hunger, the darkness, it had become part of her bloodline. It had always been there, buried deep within her. It had fed off her family, yes, but it had also fed off her. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach. The same hunger, the same insatiable craving. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she realized the truth. The mansion's curse hadn't just been defeated. It had been passed on to her. She had broken the cycle for now. But the darkness inside her would never truly die. It would always be there, waiting, watching. And now, she had to find a way to control it. The hollow heart had been destroyed. But the Hollow Queen had only just begun to understand the true price of her victory. The room was silent, save for Sarah's shallow, ragged breaths. The last remnants of the heart, the essence that had fueled the mansion's curse, disintegrated before her eyes, turning into ashes that swirled around her in the dim light. The darkness receded, as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, but in its place, an emptiness settled deep in her chest. It wasn't relief. It wasn't freedom. It was the heavy knowledge that the mansion's hunger had never truly been vanquished. She could still feel it, deep within her, like a gnawing ache. The shadows in the corners of the room, the whispers that filled the air, the hunger, was no longer part of the mansion. It had become part of her. Sarah clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She had done it. She had destroyed the mansion's heart, severed the source of its power, but the price she had paid was one she had not expected. The darkness had bled into her bloodline, had seeped into her very soul. The curse had not died, it had simply shifted. The survivors behind her, those who had helped her get this far, were silent, their faces grim. They, too, felt the weight of it. They had hoped, just as Sarah had, that the mansion's grip would finally be broken, but now they understood the truth. Sarah wasn't free. She was now bound to the mansion's hunger. The very essence of the house had been passed into her. The curse, the darkness, would never truly be erased. It would always be there, like a shadow in her soul. The man who had led them here, the one who had shared the knowledge of the mansion's dark origins, stepped forward. His eyes were filled with something. Sorrow. Understanding, perhaps even a trace of pity. "You've done what no one else could, Sarah," he said quietly. You've destroyed the heart. The house has been brought to its knees. But what you didn't understand is that the heart wasn't just the mansion's power. It was the mansion's soul. Sarah's chest tightened at his words. What do you mean? The mansion's hunger, he continued, wasn't just some curse that lived in the walls. It was tied to the very core of its being. The mansion is a vessel. It feeds on the blood of the Whitaker family because it is part of your bloodline. Your ancestors' deal with the darkness created this place, this curse. And when you killed the heart, you severed its connection to the mansion. But not to you. His words hit her like a blow, the truth sinking in like cold steel. She hadn't just destroyed the mansion's power, she had inherited it. The mansion's hunger was now a part of her. It was tied to her, tied to the very blood running through her veins. It was like an infection, a parasite that would never leave. The survivors looked at her, some with pity, some with fear. They knew what she was facing. They had all faced it before, in their own ways. They had tried to resist the mansion's pull. But the darkness, once it took root, could not be easily expelled. The house's hunger would never be sated. And now, Sarah had become its vessel. I can't let it control me, Sarah said, her voice thick with emotion. I can't let it consume me like it did my family. The man nodded. No one can. But the mansion's grip is insidious. It feeds on fear, on doubt. The more you resist, the more it will try to pull you in. And you'll have to decide whether you fight it every day for the rest of your life, or you let it consume you. Sarah's head spun with the weight of his words. She had thought that destroying the heart would free her from the mansion's curse. But instead, she had unknowingly made herself its successor. The mansion would never stop. It would always hunger, always seek a way to claim her completely. You're stronger than your ancestors, Sarah. The man said, his voice soft, but firm. But strength alone isn't enough. You need control. You need to find a way to resist the mansion's pull without giving in. Sarah nodded, a hollow feeling settling in her stomach. She couldn't run. She couldn't escape. The mansion had claimed her bloodline for centuries, and now it was hers to carry. But it didn't have to be the end. Not yet. She could fight. She had fought before. She would fight again. I will fight it, she said, her voice stronger now. I will resist. I will not become what they became. Her words hung in the air, heavy with determination. But deep inside, Sarah knew the battle was only beginning. The mansion had tried to consume her before, and now it would do so again. But this time, she would fight it, and she wouldn't be alone. She had allies, people who had survived the mansion's grip, and together they would find a way to sever the connection once and for all. But Sarah knew one thing for certain: the mansion's hunger would always be there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness. And she would never allow it to claim her. Not again. The survivors around her nodded in quiet agreement, their faces filled with a mixture of resolve and fear. The curse was not gone. It was still here, still lurking beneath the surface. But they were not powerless. Together, they could find a way to break the cycle once and for all. We'll help you, Sarah, the man said quietly. We won't let it win. Not this time. Sarah's eyes shone with a fierce determination. She wasn't alone. The mansion had claimed her family, but it would not claim her. She would stop it. And together, they would destroy it. The Hollow Queen had inherited the mansion's hunger, but she would not be its servant. Not anymore. The days following the destruction of the heart were filled with a quiet that unnerved Sarah. The mansion still stood, its walls looming dark and silent, like a forgotten tomb, but she knew it wasn't over. The darkness had retreated, but it hadn't vanished. It still lived inside her, a gnawing hunger that threatened to overtake her at any moment. The mansion was no longer an external threat. It had become an internal war. Her mind felt like a battlefield. One moment, she was resolute, determined to rid herself of the curse, to resist the pull of the mansion's hunger. The next, the darkness whispered in her ear, coaxing her, calling her to return, to embrace the power that flowed through her bloodline. The hunger was insidious, and it was growing stronger. She couldn't be the only one who had felt this. There had to be others who had fought the mansion's pull, who had managed to resist it. Sarah's thoughts turned to the survivors who had helped her get this far, the ones who had warned her, who had shared their knowledge. They knew the mansion better than anyone. She would need them now more than ever. They gathered in the small basement room. The survivors who had stood with her in the final confrontation with the heart. They had been with her through the worst of it, and they were the only ones who truly understood the depth of the house's curse. As she entered the room, she could feel the weight of their gazes on her. They had seen what she had done, and now they saw what she had become, a part of the mansion tied to its darkness. Their faces were a mix of concern, fear, and hope. The man who had first spoken to her, the one who had led her to the group, stood by the table, his face drawn with exhaustion. He had seen the mansion's horrors, but he had never seen anything like what Sarah was becoming. He had fought the darkness, but this was different. This was deeper. She was more than a survivor. She was the vessel now. "How do you feel?" he asked, his voice low, almost hesitant. Sarah hesitated. How did she feel? It was hard to put into words. There was a fire inside her, a burning need that hadn't been there before, but it wasn't a normal hunger. It was the mansion's hunger, its thirst pulsing through her veins. She could feel it clawing at the edges of her mind, begging her to let go, to give in. "I feel it," she said finally, her voice strained. "The hunger, the darkness, it's inside me. It's growing stronger." The group remained silent, exchanging wary glances. They had hoped that by destroying the heart, they could break the curse, sever the mansion's power once and for all. But they hadn't counted on this. The hunger, the pull that had always been tied to Sarah's bloodline. The man who had spoken earlier stepped forward, his face grim. "We need to find a way to break the connection." The heart was the source of the mansion's power. But this, he gestured toward Sarah, this is something else. This is the mansion's soul, its essence, and it's been passed on to you. You're tied to it now. We need to sever that connection. Sarah's chest tightened at his words. She knew he was right. She could feel the darkness growing inside her, pushing at her thoughts, tugging at her every decision. She was no longer just a victim. She was part of the mansion now. She was its hollow queen, its new vessel, and if she didn't control it, it would control her. "We have to destroy the mansion," Sarah said, her voice steady but filled with an urgency she had never known before. The heart was just the beginning. "We've cut off the source of its power, but it's still alive. The mansion is still feeding off me. I can feel it. We need to end it." The man nodded slowly. "We'll need to go deeper into the mansion, to its very core." The heart was a powerful conduit, but there are older, darker forces tied to the land. The mansion was built on cursed ground. The curse doesn't just live in the house. It's tied to the land itself. If we want to truly end it, we need to destroy the foundation, the source of the curse. Sarah felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She had suspected as much. The mansion wasn't just a building. It was a parasite, feeding on the land, on the bloodline, on the fear it had created for centuries. The heart had been its anchor, but now that it was gone, there was nothing holding it back. The mansion was more than a house. It was a living, breathing thing, sustained by the curse. "Where do we start?" Sarah asked, her mind racing with the implications. If the mansion's power was tied to the land, to the very earth beneath it, they couldn't just burn it down. They couldn't just fight it. They had to find a way to sever its connection to everything, its foundation, its source. The man sighed, his eyes heavy with the weight of the knowledge he carried. "There's an old legend," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "A ritual, passed down through the generations. It's the only way to sever the connection, but it's dangerous. The house won't let you do it. It will fight with everything it has, and it will try to take you down with it." Sarah felt a surge of determination. "We have no choice. We have to do it." The man nodded gravely. "We'll need to find the ritual site. It's hidden somewhere deep beneath the mansion, somewhere the house doesn't want you to find. Once we locate it, we can perform the ritual, but we'll need to be prepared for anything. The mansion will fight back. It will use everything it has to stop us. Then we'll be ready." Sarah said, her voice firm. "We're not giving up. We'll destroy the mansion once and for all." The group exchanged uneasy glances, but there was no hesitation in their eyes. They had fought the house before, but this time was different. They were fighting for the end. They were fighting to destroy the mansion. Not just its power, but its very existence. Sarah stood, her resolve stronger than ever. The mansion had tried to consume her. It had taken her family, twisted them into something unrecognizable. But now she would take control. She would destroy the house that had haunted her bloodline for centuries. Together, they would end the curse. They would break the foundation. They would stop the mansion from ever claiming anyone again. But Sarah knew the battle ahead would be their greatest fight. The mansion would not go down easily. The hunger inside her was proof of that, and she was ready to face it. The air in the mansion had changed. It was heavier now, thicker with an oppressive force that clung to Sarah's skin like a second layer. The whispers were louder than ever, a constant hum beneath her thoughts, tugging at the edges of her consciousness. The house was awake, aware of their presence. It was no longer a silent, waiting entity. It was actively seeking them, hunting them. It knew they were here to end it. The group moved through the mansion's dark, crumbling halls in silence, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of dust and decay beneath them. Every room they passed seemed to hold its breath, the walls closing in around them with every step. The once grand staircase loomed in front of them, its wooden steps warped and uneven, creaking with each movement. Sarah felt the mansion's presence in her bones, in the pit of her stomach. The hunger was growing within her, gnawing at her insides like a parasite. But she couldn't stop. She had to keep going. She had to break the mansion's grip once and for all. They reached the door to the basement, the one that had led to the heart of the mansion, the place where everything had started. But this time, it felt different. The door was heavy with a palpable weight, as though something ancient and forgotten was buried beyond it, waiting to be uncovered. The man who had been guiding them, the one who knew the mansion's history and its dark secrets, stepped forward. He paused in front of the door, his hand resting on the cool, rusted handle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice low, almost reverent. Sarah nodded. There was no turning back now. The mansion was a part of her, just as much as it had been a part of her ancestors. But it was no longer a force of terror. It was a force to be reckoned with. And she was the one who would bring it down. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The basement was darker than she had ever seen it. The shadows seemed to stretch endlessly, reaching out toward her like fingers. The walls were damp, covered in layers of mold and rot. The air was thick with the scent of decay, but there was something else. Something that sent a chill down her spine. The mansion was alive here, its pulse vibrating through the very ground beneath her feet. They descended into the basement, their footsteps echoing in the hollow silence. The group moved cautiously, aware that the mansion was watching them, listening. Sarah felt the darkness pressing in from all sides, suffocating her. But she couldn't stop. She had to keep moving. At the far end of the basement, they found it, the hidden chamber. The door was made of ancient, weathered wood, its surface etched with symbols Sarah didn't recognize. The air around it was thick with power, a heavy, magnetic force that pulled at her. "This is it?" the man said, his voice strained. "This is where the ritual is hidden. This is the only way to sever the mansion's connection to the land, to destroy it once and for all." Sarah stepped forward, her heart racing. She could feel the mansion's energy around her, twisting and coiling like a serpent waiting to strike. The hunger within her throbbed, urging her to embrace it, to let it consume her, but she fought against it. She would not become part of the darkness. Not now. Not ever. With a trembling hand, she reached for the door, the cold wood sending a shiver through her. She could feel the mansion's pulse beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive, as if it were waiting for her to open the door. The moment she touched the handle, the mansion groaned. The walls shook, and the air grew heavier. The whispers escalated into a cacophony, drowning out her thoughts. The shadows in the room swirled, becoming more defined, more corporeal, as if the house itself were alive, feeding off her fear. But Sarah didn't hesitate. She turned the handle and pushed the door open. The room beyond was unlike anything she had imagined. It was vast, an underground chamber that stretched far beyond what should have been possible. The walls were lined with ancient stone, covered in the same strange symbols that adorned the door. In the center of the room, on a stone pedestal, sat a blackened crystal, pulsing with a sickening light. It radiated a dark energy that made Sarah's blood run cold. The man who had led them here stepped forward, his expression dark. "That's it," he said. "That's the heart of the mansion, the source of its power. The only way to destroy it is to sever the connection to the land, to destroy that crystal." Sarah approached the pedestal slowly, her mind racing. This was it. The heart. The source of the mansion's power. The dark energy radiating from the crystal was palpable, suffocating. She could feel it calling to her, could feel the hunger inside her stirring in response. "We need to destroy it," Sarah said, her voice steady, though her hands were trembling. "We need to do it now." The man nodded, but his face was filled with doubt. "We've tried before," he said, his voice low. "The house doesn't let go easily. It will fight us. It will stop us." Sarah turned to him, her eyes burning with determination. "It won't stop me." She raised her hand toward the crystal, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows seemed to surge forward, but she pushed them back with the power of the necklace, the light surging in her hand, illuminating the chamber with a bright, piercing glow. The crystal's light flickered in response, as though it were struggling, fighting against the light. Sarah's body burned with energy, her connection to the mansion and the darkness in her bloodline, both an advantage and a curse. She had to focus, had to use every ounce of strength. She had to destroy the crystal, to sever the connection between the mansion and the land. The crystal pulsed violently, sending waves of darkness spiraling through the room, but Sarah did not back down. She couldn't. The mansion had tried to claim her, but it had failed, and now it would fall. With one final surge of power, Sarah thrust her hand forward, and the crystal shattered. The room erupted with blinding light. The ground trembled beneath her feet as the mansion seemed to scream in fury. The shadows, the whispers, the hunger, it all collapsed, as if the very heart of the mansion had been torn out. Sarah's body shook with the force of the explosion, but she stood firm, her eyes burning with determination. The light from the crystal faded, and the room fell silent. The mansion's presence seemed to waver, as though it were fading, slipping away from her grasp. But Sarah knew it wasn't over. The mansion was not dead. It would never be truly dead, but it was weakened. It was hurt, and it was not going to stop her. not anymore. With a final, resolute breath, Sarah turned to face the survivors, her eyes filled with fire. It's not over, but we've won. The house is dying, and we'll make sure it never rises again. The battle wasn't over. The mansion's hunger was still there, lurking in the shadows. But Sarah was ready. She had taken the first step, and she would see it through to the end. The Hollow War had begun, and Sarah Whitaker was its queen. The mansion trembled beneath their feet, its ancient bones groaning as if in agony. The crystal had shattered, and with it, Sarah had hoped the house's grip would loosen, its power crumbling into dust. But as the light from the shattered heart faded, an eerie silence fell, thick and unsettling. It was the kind of silence that filled the air before a storm, heavy with anticipation. Sarah stood, her chest heaving, as she slowly turned toward the others. Their faces, once filled with doubt and fear, were now illuminated by the faint light of the broken crystal. Their expressions were a mixture of disbelief and hope, but there was also an underlying tension. They knew as well as Sarah did that even with the crystal destroyed, the mansion wasn't finished. It would fight to the very end. It's not over, Sarah whispered, almost to herself, as she turned her gaze back to the remnants of the pedestal. It won't let go so easily. The man who had led them here nodded somberly. His eyes were heavy with the burden of what they had just uncovered. The heart was the mansion's source of power, but even without it, the house is bound to something older, something darker. And that darkness, it still has a hold on you, Sarah. Her blood ran cold at his words. She could feel it, too, the knowing, insatiable hunger deep inside her. It had been with her since the moment she had claimed the throne, since the moment the mansion's curse had shifted from a family inheritance to something she had to live with. The darkness was no longer an external force. It was a part of her now, as much as her own soul. And if she didn't learn to control it, it would consume her, just as it had consumed every Whitaker before her. I've faced the mansion's power before, Sarah said, trying to steady her voice. And I'll face it again. It won't take me. The man studied her with a mix of concern and respect. You're stronger than most, he said softly. But the mansion is a living thing, and it won't stop until it's completely consumed what it desires. You have to understand, Sarah. The heart wasn't the only source of its strength. It feeds off the land itself. The mansion's foundation, its very essence, is tied to the cursed soil beneath it. It can't be truly destroyed until that connection is severed. Sarah felt the weight of his words. The mansion wasn't just a house. It was a manifestation of the land's curse. The bloodline of the Whitakers had been sacrificed to keep the house alive, to feed its hunger for generations. She had broken the heart, but the house was still a part of her, still tied to her in ways she didn't fully understand. The hunger, the power, it was inside her, pulsing like a second heartbeat. We have to destroy it, Sarah said, her voice steely with determination. We need to find the source, the true source. The man nodded gravely. There's a place beneath the mansion, a cavern, deep beneath the foundation. It's where the curse began, where the first Whitaker made their pact with the darkness. The mansion's heart, the foundation, the land, it all comes from there. If you want to truly end this, you'll need to destroy that place. You'll need to sever the land's tie to the mansion. Sarah's mind raced. A cavern, a place deep beneath the mansion. The thought of it sent a shiver down her spine. But there was no turning back. She had come this far, and she would not stop until the mansion was truly gone. The group gathered their things, preparing for the descent into the mansion's depths. The air felt different now. Charged, as though the mansion itself was aware of what they were planning. The shadows seemed to grow darker, as if they were gathering strength. The hunger within Sarah's chest burned brighter, a constant reminder that the mansion was watching, waiting. They moved through the mansion, their steps cautious, their eyes constantly scanning for any sign of movement. The house was alive, and it was hungry. The shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, but no longer did they recoil in fear. Now, they were determined. They had a purpose. And that purpose was to end the mansion's reign once and for all. They reached the basement, the very place where Sarah had faced the mansion's heart. But now they would go deeper. They would find the cavern, the source of the house's power. With every step they took, the air grew thicker, colder, and the shadows seemed to press in tighter, like invisible hands reaching for them. The man who had been their guide stopped in front of a large, heavy door. It was old, its surface worn and weathered with time. But Sarah could feel the power behind it, the dark energy that pulsed through the wood. This was it, the heart of the mansion's curse. Beyond this door is the cavern, the man said, his voice low. This is where the curse began. If you want to end it, you'll have to face what's inside. Sarah nodded, her hand resting on the cold door handle. She could feel the mansion's power pressing against her, like a physical weight, trying to keep her from opening the door. But she wouldn't back down. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The cavern before them was vast, an underground chasm that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. The walls were lined with ancient stones, their surfaces covered in symbols Sarah didn't recognize. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the cavern. But there was something else, something darker. At the far end of the cavern, a dark, pulsating mass of energy stood before them, a core of black, swirling energy that seemed to draw in everything around it. It was the source, the heart of the mansion's curse. Sarah stepped forward, feeling the pull of the darkness inside her, tugging at her, urging her to embrace it. The hunger within her throbbed, louder now, stronger than ever. It wanted to consume her, wanted to claim her as its own. But Sarah wouldn't let it. She raised her hand, her fingers glowing with the power of the necklace. The mansion's energy responded, swirling around her like a storm, but Sarah stood firm. The mansion had tried to consume her. It had tried to control her, but she would not let it. Not anymore. The ground beneath her feet trembled as the core of the mansion pulsed, sending waves of dark energy through the cavern. The walls seemed to close in, and the darkness grew heavier, suffocating her. But Sarah didn't flinch. She had come here to end it. And she would. With a final surge of power, Sarah reached toward the core, her hand glowing bright, and as she did, the darkness recoiled. The energy swirled and wreathed, but it was no match for her will. With a single, forceful push, Sarah thrust her hand forward, channeling the light from the necklace into the core. The cavern erupted with light. The earth shook violently, the walls cracking and splintering. The mansion's energy screamed, but Sarah's light burned brighter, engulfing the darkness. The hunger, the pull. Everything that had tied her to the mansion began to disintegrate, fading away like smoke in the wind. And then, as the light reached its peak, the mansion screamed. The walls trembled. The cavern cracked open, and the house began to die. The mansion's grip on Sarah's soul shattered. The curse was broken. But Sarah knew that the darkness, though defeated for now, would always linger. It was a part of her bloodline. The mansion had tried to claim her, and though she had resisted, its hunger would always be there, just beneath the surface. But now, she was free. The mansion was gone. For the first time in her life, Sarah Whittaker was free of the Hollow Kingdom, and she would never let it rise again. The light from the crystal, now broken and dissipating into the very air, still lingered around Sarah, its faint glow a reminder of the battle she had just fought and won. The cavern was silent. Save for the distant sound of rocks crumbling, and the faint echo of the mansion's dying groans. The foundation of the house was shuddering, collapsing under the weight of its own defeat. The mansion was no more, its heart shattered, its darkness extinguished. But Sarah felt the weight of something different, something deeper. The hunger that had plagued her for so long still pulsed inside her, a quiet, insistent presence. It wasn't gone. She had severed the mansion's grip on her, but the darkness, the curse, the very essence of the house had become part of her. She could feel it like a shadow in the corners of her soul. She took a step back, her eyes scanning the cavern. The once overwhelming presence of the mansion had dissipated, leaving the place eerily still. It was as though the land itself was sighing in relief. Shaking off the weight of centuries of torment, the earth beneath her feet felt lighter. But it wasn't freedom. Not yet. Her breath came in slow, steadying gasps. Her fingers ached from gripping the necklace. The very artifact that had linked her to the mansion, the thing that had given her the power to break its curse. Now, its glow was dimming, flickering like the last spark of a fire fighting against the wind. But there was no time for celebration. Not yet. The mansion's destruction had left a gaping void behind, one that Sarah had to fill. The power that had once been bound to the house, to the land, was now hers. The mansion had tried to claim her bloodline, but she had taken its power. And now, that power was part of her, part of the world. She had broken the curse, but there was no telling what consequences that would have in the long run. Is it over? A voice from behind her broke the silence. The man who had been guiding them, the one who had first warned her of the mansion's true nature, stepped forward, his face grave. He was staring at the now dying heart, watching as it crumbled to dust. "It's over," Sarah replied softly, but she knew the words were hollow. Over, but not truly finished. The mansion had been defeated, its curse shattered, but the remnants of its power still lingered within her. The hunger wasn't gone, it had simply transformed, and now it was part of her. The man nodded, but there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. "It's done for now, but—" He trailed off, looking around at the others. "The mansion isn't just gone. It's changed. And so have you. You're carrying it with you now." "I know," Sarah whispered. "I can feel it." Her hand moved instinctively to her chest, as though she could somehow push the darkness back. But it wasn't something that could be pushed away. It was inside her. It had always been. And now it was hers to control. "But this," the man continued, "this is not the end of the mansion. The land itself, it's still cursed. Even with the heart destroyed, the foundation of the curse will remain for a time. It won't go quietly." Sarah nodded. She had suspected as much. The mansion was a manifestation of something much older, tied to the land, to the earth itself. She had severed the mansion's link to her bloodline, destroyed its physical heart. But the land that had borne its curse wasn't so easily undone. "What do we do now?" one of the other survivors asked, his voice uncertain, but filled with the same resolve that had carried them this far. Sarah turned to face them all. The survivors, the people who had stood with her, fought with her, were her allies. They had helped her reach this point, but now the battle wasn't over. The mansion was gone, but the hunger remained. It was inside her, tied to her every breath, every heartbeat. "We rebuild," Sarah said, her voice steady, filled with quiet determination. "But we do it on our terms. The house tried to take everything from us. It tried to make us part of its curse. But we're not its slaves. We're free." She felt the hunger stir again inside her, as if in response to her words. The darkness wanted to consume her, to remind her that she was still bound to it. But she would not let it win. She had faced the mansion's power before, and she would face it again. But this time, it would be on her terms. "We can't leave this place, though," the man said, his voice heavy with concern. "The curse isn't just broken, It's disrupted. We have to make sure it doesn't come back. Sarah's gaze hardened, her resolve clear. Then we destroy everything that's left. The mansion's power is still tied to this land. We need to sever that tie. Once and for all. The others nodded in agreement. There was no turning back now. The mansion had tried to claim them, had tried to enslave their bloodline. But now they had a choice. They could either let the mansion's curse remain, buried beneath the earth, or they could stand together and finish what they had started. They were not just survivors anymore. They were the architects of the mansion's destruction. They were the ones who would break its curse once and for all. The group gathered around Sarah as she stood tall, the weight of her bloodline's legacy settling over her. She had fought the darkness. She had claimed her place as the Hollow Queen. But now, it was time to end the cycle. To sever the land's connection to the curse that had claimed her family. "Let's finish this," Sarah said, her voice strong. "The mansion tried to take us, but we're not going to let it take anyone else." And as the survivors gathered around her, Sarah felt the power of the mansion's darkness swirling inside her. It wasn't gone. But she was ready. Ready to use it, ready to control it. For the first time, she wasn't afraid. The Hollow Queen had been born, and she was the one who would shape her destiny. The Hollow Dawn had begun, and Sarah Whittaker was ready to face whatever came next. The mansion still stood behind them, though now it was a shadow of its former self, its grandeur fading, its power fractured. But Sarah knew the truth. The mansion wasn't gone. It had only been temporarily subdued, its heart destroyed, but its curse still lingering, embedded in the very earth beneath them. The mansion's soul had been severed, but its foundation, its link to the land, remained. Sarah turned to face the survivors who had stood by her side through the trials, through the unraveling of the mansion's darkness. The hunger still present inside her pulsed faintly in her chest, but she would not let it control her. "Not anymore. We're not free yet," she said, her voice steady but heavy with the burden of what was to come. The mansion's influence isn't just in its walls. It's in the very land. We need to destroy it at its core, or the cycle will start again. The survivors gathered around her, their faces a mixture of grim determination and fear. They knew the task before them. They knew that breaking the mansion's grip required more than just battling shadows and destroying the heart. It required erasing the very foundation of the curse, severing the land from the evil that had festered there for centuries. One of them, a woman with haunted eyes, spoke up. "How do we even begin to destroy the land? The heart is gone. The power of the mansion's soul is gone. But the land is what fed it. What if it's too late?" Sarah felt the weight of her words. The land had been corrupted by the mansion for generations. The soil beneath their feet, the very roots of the earth, were tainted with the mansion's darkness. To truly end it, they would need to purify the land, destroy the curse from the ground up. "I don't know yet," Sarah admitted. "But I do know one thing. We can't just walk away. The mansion might be defeated for now, but the curse is still part of this land. And if we leave it, the hunger will only grow. We have to finish what we started." The group nodded. They had already walked through the fires of the mansion's terror. Now, they were ready to finish it. But the path before them was uncertain. The mansion had been destroyed, but the land had absorbed its power over the centuries. It would take more than just strength to sever its curse. It would take something deeper. "We need to go to the heart of the land," Sarah said, her voice quiet but filled with conviction. "The source of the curse, it's buried here, deep beneath the mansion. We have to purify it, destroy it from the ground up. We need to sever the ties between the mansion and the land." One of the survivors, an older man who had spent his life studying the mansion's history, spoke up. "There's a place deep under the mansion. An old wellspring. It's where the first of your ancestors made the deal with the darkness. That's where the curse was born. If we can find it, we might be able to destroy the source. Sarah nodded, her resolve hardening. Then let's find it. The group set out for the mansion's heart once more, but this time their path was different. They weren't just facing the house's walls and shadows, they were about to confront the land itself. The earth beneath them seemed to pulse with dark energy, its power still rooted in the mansion's influence. The weight of it pressed down on them as they approached the hidden wellspring, the source of the mansion's curse. The journey was not an easy one. The mansion's hunger fought back at every turn, sending shadows to twist around their lungs, whispering fears into their minds. But Sarah stood firm. Her will stronger than the darkness that tried to claw its way back into her soul. They reached the entrance to the wellspring, a dark, forgotten chamber beneath the mansion. The air was thick with moisture, and the stone walls were covered in strange, ancient symbols. At the center of the room was a deep, stagnant pool, its water black and still. The very air in the chamber seemed to hum with dark energy, as though the mansion's curse was still alive within the earth itself. Sarah approached the wellspring slowly, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what she had to do. The hunger inside her flared again, like a pulse, urging her to embrace it, to let it consume her. But Sarah shook her head, closing her eyes, steadying her breath. She couldn't let the darkness take her again. She had to destroy it. The man who had guided them to this place stepped forward, a look of quiet reverence on his face. This is it. The place where the pact was made, where the curse began. It's in the land. It always has been. Sarah knelt beside the pool, her hand hovering just above the water. The hunger inside her was a living, breathing thing now, pulsing with her every breath. But she resisted it. She focused on the task at hand. She had destroyed the mansion's heart, but now she had to destroy its essence, its roots. This is it, she whispered, her voice strong. This is where it ends. With a deep breath, she plunged her hand into the water. The moment her skin touched the dark liquid, the room shook violently. The shadows in the chamber swirled and screeched, twisting like a living thing. The ground beneath her feet trembled as the mansion's curse fought to keep its grip. The dark energy surged, trying to pull her in, to consume her. The hunger inside her screamed, clawing at her mind, urging her to give in. But Sarah didn't listen. She focused, pulling all the strength from within her, focusing on the necklace that still burned against her chest. The mansion's power was still inside her, but it didn't control her. Not anymore. With one final push, Sarah channeled the light within her, the power of the mansion, into the wellspring. The water turned to light, glowing fiercely with an intense, blinding energy. The shadows screamed in agony, recoiling as the light tore through the room, shredding the darkness, burning away the very essence of the mansion's curse. For a moment, everything went still. The room was silent, the shadows gone, the hunger gone. The air felt lighter, the weight that had burdened Sarah and her bloodline for generations finally lifting. The earth beneath them sighed, releasing its ancient grip. It was done. The mansion's curse was broken. But Sarah knew that the hunger, the darkness, would always be part of her. It had been passed down through generations. She had fought it. She had resisted it. But the battle was far from over. The mansion had been destroyed, but the land, the earth, the power that had fueled the house was still tied to her bloodline. She would always carry it. She would always carry the hollow. But for the first time, she felt free. "It's over," Sarah said, her voice quiet, but filled with the weight of everything she had endured. "The mansion is gone." The survivors around her nodded, their faces wary but relieved. They had fought too. They had helped her. And now, together, they had ended the curse. And as the last remnants of the mansion's dark energy faded into the earth, Sarah knew one thing for sure: the Hollow Queen had been born to fight. And she would fight until the very end. The Hollow Dawn had come, and the world was finally free. The mansion was gone. Its darkness had receded into the depths of the earth, its grip on Sarah's bloodline severed, its hunger extinguished, for now. The survivors stood in the aftermath of the battle, their faces pale but resolute. The land beneath them had been cleansed, the curse shattered. And yet, Sarah could feel the weight of something more. A lingering presence, a quiet, insistent thrum in her chest, the hollow ache that had become part of her. The land felt different. Lighter. Somehow, the oppressive air that had suffocated her for so long was gone, replaced by a strange calm. But in the stillness, Sarah knew the truth. The battle might be over, but the war was not yet won. The mansion, the house, the curse, it had never been a force tied to mere brick and stone. It was something older, more powerful. Something that could not easily be destroyed. And though Sarah had broken the mansion's hold, she knew that the darkness was still within her, still tied to her bloodline. It had always been a part of her family's legacy. It had shaped them, molded them, and though it had been defeated for now, it would not go quietly. She turned to the group of survivors, their faces tired but hopeful. They had fought with her, helped her to destroy the mansion's heart, and now they stood as a testament to their shared victory. They had lost so much, but they had gained something greater: freedom. They had faced the darkness, and together, they had broken it. But Sarah knew that her journey was far from over. She had inherited the mansion's hunger, its curse, its power, and it was hers to control, or it would control her. "It's not truly over," Sarah said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of her words. "The mansion's heart is gone, but the land, this land, it's still tied to us. To me, I can feel it." The survivors looked at her, understanding dawning on their faces. They knew, just as she did, that the mansion's influence had never been about the building. It had always been about the land, the bloodline. The heart had been the anchor, but there were deeper roots. The mansion had been a parasite, feeding off her ancestors, and now it had tried to feed off her. "What do we do now?" One of them asked a quiet, fearful question. Sarah paused, her eyes scanning the now empty mansion in the distance. The light of the setting sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the earth. The mansion no longer loomed ominously in the background. It had crumbled into dust, taken by the very curse it had once wielded. But that didn't mean the land was freed. "We rebuild," Sarah said, her voice firm. "We start fresh. But I have to find a way to sever the ties for good. The mansion's power may be gone, but I'm still tied to it. We've broken the cycle. But the legacy of the Whitakers, it's part of me now." Her eyes flickered to the survivors, and they nodded in quiet agreement. Sarah had made it clear that she was not the same person who had walked into the mansion all those months ago, afraid and uncertain. She was the Hollow Queen now. The darkness still pulsed inside her, but it would not control her. She would control it. But how do we stop it from coming back? The man who had been with her since the beginning asked, his voice tinged with concern. "You've destroyed the heart, but the land, it's in the land." Sarah nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. She had severed the mansion's ties, but now she needed to ensure that the land, the very earth beneath her feet, was free from its curse. The darkness that had been passed down through her family, through the mansion, needed to be erased from the land, from the bloodline. "We'll do it together," she said. "We'll purify the land. We'll break the curse. But it's not just about destroying the mansion or the heart. It's about understanding it, understanding what gave it life, what made it so powerful. And once we understand it, we can undo it." The survivors looked at her with renewed hope. The journey had been long, the battles fought in darkness, but now they stood at the precipice of a new beginning. Sarah stepped forward, her eyes focused on the horizon, where the mansion had once stood. The land was no longer under its shadow, but Sarah knew that the house had left its mark on the earth. She had to ensure that this land, was free. "We have to find the source," Sarah said, turning to face the group. The mansion wasn't just a house. It was a gateway, a bridge between the world of the living and the darkness beyond. The curse is tied to that connection. The wellspring beneath the mansion was just the beginning. We need to find the heart of the land, where the curse was born, and destroy it. The survivors nodded, understanding the weight of Sarah's words. They had come this far, but the real battle had yet to begin. The mansion's legacy was deeply rooted in the land itself, in the very soil that had borne the mansion's curse for centuries. They had to dig deeper, find the true heart of the land's corruption. Sarah's hand instinctively rested on the necklace that had once been the mansion's anchor. It still pulsed with faint energy, its glow barely visible beneath her skin. She could feel the connection, the bond it had given her to the mansion, but she had control now. She would use it to end the curse for good. "We'll need to go further," Sarah said, her voice steady and commanding. "We need to find the true source of the curse, and we'll use everything we've learned to destroy it. The mansion tried to claim us, but we're not its victims. We're its end." Her words hung in the air, heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. The mansion had been defeated, but Sarah knew that the journey was far from over. The curse would not be erased so easily. It would take time, patience, and courage. But Sarah was ready. She had fought the darkness before, and now she would fight it again, this time to destroy it completely. And as she looked to the survivors, she knew that they would fight beside her. Together, they would ensure that the Hollow Queen would be the last of her kind. Together, they would break the Hollow legacy, and they would finally bring peace to the land. The wind had shifted in the wake of the mansion's destruction. There was a strange calm that followed the storm, a sense of quiet that filled the spaces where darkness once roamed. Yet Sarah knew it wasn't over. The mansion had been more than just a house. It had been a gateway, a door to something far darker. And the battle to break its curse would not end until the land itself was freed. The survivors gathered around her, their faces wary but resolute. The bond they had formed through the trials of the mansion was stronger than any force the house could muster. They had stood together against the mansion's malevolent grip, and now they would do the same to finally sever the land's tie to the curse. "We need to go deeper," Sarah said, her voice steady despite the weight of their journey ahead. "The land still carries the mansion's power. The heart has been destroyed, but the curse was never just about the house. It's in the soil, in the very bones of this place. We need to find the source, the true heart of the land, and cleanse it." The group nodded in unison, the resolve in their eyes matching Sarah's. The land was still tethered to the mansion, to the darkness that had fed on it for centuries. To destroy the curse once and for all, they needed to dig deeper, uncover the hidden roots of the power that had infected the earth itself. "We're with you," the man who had guided them said, his voice filled with quiet determination. "We've fought together this far. We'll see this through." They gathered what little they had left, torches, tools, and anything else that could aid them in their descent into the earth. Sarah knew they had one final task before they could finally break free from the mansion's grip to sever the last tie that bound the mansion to the land. The path to the heart of the land was not a simple one. The mansion had built itself atop the cursed earth, and every inch of it had been tainted. But the true source of the mansion's power, The place where the curse had begun was buried deep beneath the earth. Sarah could feel it. The pull of something ancient, something dark, still lingering under her skin. It was as though the earth itself was calling to her, urging her to come closer. As they descended into the depths, the ground grew colder. The air was thick with the weight of the curse. The mansion's influence had seeped into the land like a poison, and now, Sarah had to find a way to root it out, to cleanse it. They reached a cavern. Hidden deep beneath the mansion's ruins, the walls slick with moisture. The earth was damp and heavy, and the air felt oppressive. Sarah could feel the darkness here, vibrating in the very stones beneath her feet. This was it, the true source of the curse. The land itself had absorbed the mansion's power, and only by destroying it could they finally be free. In the center of the cavern, a large, ancient stone stood, covered in strange markings. The ground around it was disturbed, as though something had been buried here long ago, hidden from view. Sarah approached it cautiously, her hand reaching for the stone, feeling its energy pulsing beneath her fingertips. The connection was undeniable. "This is it," Sarah whispered. "The source. The heart of the curse." The man who had led them here stepped forward, his expression dark with understanding. "This is where it began. The curse wasn't just a pact made by your ancestors. It was tied to the land itself. This is the place where the darkness first took root, and now it's your job to destroy it." Sarah nodded, her pulse quickening. She could feel the mansion's power still alive here, buried deep in the earth. The hunger, the curse, it was all connected to this place. And if she was going to truly break the cycle, she needed to destroy the land's connection to the mansion's power. She stepped forward, her hand still on the stone. The darkness inside her stirred in response, but this time, Sarah wasn't afraid. She had fought the mansion before. She had resisted its hunger, and now she would destroy it. She had no choice. The ground trembled beneath her feet as the stone began to crack, the markings glowing faintly as if responding to her touch. The air grew thick with energy, and the shadows in the cavern began to swirl, moving like living things. The mansion's hunger was awakening, but Sarah wasn't backing down. She raised her other hand, focusing all her energy on the stone. The light from the necklace, still glowing faintly around her neck, began to pulse in time with her heartbeat. The mansion's energy was still alive inside her, but now she would use it to destroy the curse. With a deep breath, Sarah whispered the words she had never spoken before. The incantation passed down through her bloodline, the words that would break the land's tie to the mansion. The stone cracked, sending a shockwave through the cavern. The earth trembled violently as the energy surged around her, pulling at her, threatening to swallow her whole. The hunger inside her flared, the mansion's power trying to seize control. But Sarah gritted her teeth and pushed back, focusing all her will on the task at hand. And then, with a deafening roar, the stone shattered. A blinding light erupted from the center of the cavern, the force of it pushing Sarah and the others to the ground. The earth shook violently, but Sarah didn't move. She kept her eyes on the light, the power surging around her, feeding off her strength. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The light faded, and the cavern fell into a deep, suffocating silence. The earth beneath them was still. The shadows had retreated, and the hunger that had gnawed at Sarah's soul for so long was gone. The mansion's curse was broken. Sarah stood slowly, her body aching from the strain, her heart still pounding in her chest. She looked around at the others. They were all standing, their faces filled with awe and relief. The weight of the mansion's power, the burden of its curse, had lifted from them all. But Sarah knew that she could never be truly free. The darkness that had once consumed her family, that had fed on her for so long, would always be a part of her. The mansion had tried to claim her. It had tried to make her its hollow queen. But Sarah had broken the cycle, and now the land was free. She stepped forward, the ground solid beneath her feet, and turned to face the others. "It's over," she said softly. "The hollow curse is gone." And as the sun rose in the distance, casting its light over the land, Sarah Whittaker knew that her journey, her battle against the darkness, was far from over. But she had won. The mansion was destroyed. The curse was broken. The Hollow Queen had reclaimed the land, and the world was finally free. But Sarah would always be a part of the Hollow. And as long as she lived, she would guard the land. The darkness might return, but she would be ready. The dawn was breaking over the land, a soft golden light spilling across the earth where the mansion once stood. The mansion had been destroyed, its heart shattered, its curse broken, but Sarah knew that it wasn't truly gone. The echoes of its darkness still lingered in the soil, in the air, in her very blood. She could feel it, the pulse of the mansion's ancient hunger. Like a quiet whisper just beneath the surface, it would always be a part of her. The mansion had tried to claim her as its queen, but she had broken its hold. For now, the survivors, who had fought beside her in the depths of the mansion's ruin, gathered around her. Their faces were etched with exhaustion, but there was a flicker of something new in their eyes. Hope. They had stood by Sarah through every trial, every moment of darkness, and now they had helped her break the cycle, destroy the mansion. But they all knew one thing: the battle wasn't truly over. The land was free, but Sarah's connection to the mansion's curse still bound her to it. "It's done," the man who had led them said, his voice thick with emotion. He stood beside Sarah, his eyes tired but filled with respect. "The mansion's heart is gone. The land is cleansed." Sarah nodded, her mind racing. The mansion's power was gone for now, but the hunger, the darkness inside her, was still there, pulsing faintly in her chest. It had been transferred to her, woven into her bloodline when she took the throne, and now she could feel it as part of her own essence. The mansion might be destroyed, but the curse was tied to her very being. "It's not gone," Sarah said quietly, her voice heavy with the weight of what she knew. "The mansion's hunger, its essence, it's in me now, and it will stay with me until the day I can destroy it completely." The group fell silent at her words, understanding the true weight of what she was saying. The mansion had been more than just a house. It had been a living force, fed by the darkness within Sarah's bloodline. It had tried to claim her, to mold her into its Hollow Queen. But now, with the mansion's physical form gone, Sarah was left to deal with the legacy it had left behind, an endless hunger for power that had always been part of her family's bloodline. "We're here for you," the older man said, stepping forward. "We will stand by you, whatever it takes." Sarah looked at them all, these people who had fought beside her, who had helped her bring down the mansion. They were the ones who had shared in the pain, the suffering, the terror. They were the ones who knew what it was like to be hunted by the mansion, to live in its shadow. But even as she felt the warmth of their support, Sarah knew she couldn't let them carry her burden. The darkness inside her, the hunger, was hers to bear. It was a part of her now, and she had to find a way to control it, to prevent it from consuming her as it had consumed her ancestors. "We'll rebuild," Sarah said, her voice gaining strength. "But we need to find a way to stop the curse from ever returning. I can feel it inside me, always pulling, always wanting. The mansion's hunger will never truly leave. It's a part of me, and I have to learn how to control it before it controls me." The survivors nodded, understanding the true depth of what Sarah was facing. They had helped her destroy the mansion's physical form, but now they had to help her face the darkness within herself. They would fight alongside her, just as they always had. "But what if it comes back?" one of them asked. "What if the darkness isn't done?" Sarah shook her head, her hand clutching the necklace around her neck. The last tangible connection to the mansion. The necklace was dim now, its glow faded, but she could still feel its power within her. It was a connection that couldn't be severed completely. Not yet. But that didn't mean she was helpless. "We can't destroy the hunger," Sarah said, her voice firm. "But we can keep it from taking control. I won't let the mansion rise again. I won't let it use me as its vessel. I'll learn to control it." The group fell silent again, and Sarah could feel their doubt, their concern. The mansion's curse had shaped her, twisted her bloodline for generations. They had seen the way it tried to control her, tried to make her its hollow queen. They had seen the way the darkness wanted to consume her. It had almost succeeded before. But Sarah was determined now. She would fight it. She would learn to live with it, control it, and ensure that it would never destroy her or anyone else. "We'll need to stay vigilant," Sarah said, her voice steady with purpose. "The mansion's curse doesn't die easily. It's a part of me now. But I'm not going to let it control me. We've come this far. We've broken the cycle, but we have to stay strong. The land is free, but the darkness still lingers. We will fight it together." The group nodded again, their faces filled with quiet determination. Sarah had faced the darkness before, and she would do it again. The mansion might have been destroyed, but its legacy would always be with her. The hunger would never truly go away, but Sarah would not let it define her. She would not let it consume her. The land was free, the mansion was gone, and Sarah Whittaker, the Hollow Queen, had taken the first step toward controlling the darkness that had tried to consume her. The hollow legacy was not gone, but it was hers to bear. And with that, Sarah turned away from the ruins of the mansion, leading her allies into a new dawn. The land had been freed, but the true fight was just beginning. Together, they would rebuild. Together, they would ensure that the darkness never rose again. The Hollow Queen had reclaimed the land, and the world was hers to protect. But Sarah knew that the hollow, her hollow, was always waiting just beneath the surface. The world outside had been cleansed, but Sarah knew that it was only temporary. The mansion, its curse, and the darkness that had once threatened to consume her were not truly gone. The weight of it still pressed on her shoulders, a constant, insistent reminder that the battle was not over. The land had been freed from the mansion's influence, but the land's true nature was still tied to her, tied to the very bloodline that had once been enslaved by the mansion. Sarah had never fully understood the power that had come with her bloodline. It was more than just a curse, it was a responsibility. The mansion had been built on the land, but it had also been built on the Whittaker name. The house was a reflection of their darkest desires, their deepest fears. And now, with the mansion gone, with the darkness quelled for the moment, Sarah was left to face the true challenge, to control the hunger within her, and ensure that it never rose again. The survivors had left the ruins of the mansion behind and moved on to new beginnings, but Sarah couldn't forget. The mansion's influence still lingered in her veins, still twisted through her thoughts. She couldn't run from it. She couldn't escape it. The curse had been passed down through the generations, and now it was hers to bear. She stood at the edge of the land, looking out over the horizon, her eyes scanning the landscape where the mansion had once stood. The fields were green, the air fresh, and yet, a part of her could still feel the weight of the land's curse. It was subtle, like a whisper just out of reach, always present, always waiting. She could feel the hunger, still faint, but growing stronger each day. It called to her, like a voice in the back of her mind, urging her to give in, to let it take over. But Sarah would not give in. She had fought too hard, too long to let the mansion, or the curse, control her again. Behind her, the survivors worked, rebuilding, planting, and creating a new life from the ashes of the mansion. They were free now, but Sarah knew the true test had just begun. The mansion's curse was not a simple thing to erase. It was a force, a dark power tied to the land and to her very bloodline. The others had their own work to do. They had their own lives to live, their own futures to build. But Sarah knew she couldn't leave this behind. She couldn't just walk away from the mansion's legacy. The land, though free from the mansion's physical presence, was still tethered to it through her. The darkness that had once been the mansion's heart was now something she had to face every day. She had tried to ignore it, tried to bury it, but she knew now that she had to confront it head on. The hunger, the darkness, was not gone. It had become a part of her, and that would be her lifelong battle. Her eyes hardened as she turned back toward the land. It was time to face the truth. She was the Hollow Queen, the last of her bloodline, and the weight of the mansion's curse was hers to carry. But it didn't have to define her. She could control it. She could learn to live with it, and she would. For the sake of everyone she cared about, Sarah walked back toward the survivors, her steps steady and resolute. They were her family now, and she would protect them from the darkness she knew could still rise again. The mansion might have been destroyed, but the hunger would always be there, lurking beneath the surface. It was a part of her. It was a part of her destiny. The land would not fall again. Not on her watch. Sarah, the man who had once guided them, stepped forward, his expression serious. "We've done it. The mansion is gone. The curse is broken. The land is free. But I know what you're thinking. You feel it, don't you?" Sarah nodded. She didn't need to say anything. He had known from the beginning what the mansion was, what it had tried to do, and now he could see what it had done to her. "You're not alone," he continued. "We'll stay here. We'll help. We'll keep watch. You don't have to carry this alone." Sarah smiled at him, a small, bittersweet smile. She was grateful for his words, but she knew the truth. The mansion might be gone, but the curse was not so easily erased. The hunger within her would always be there, and though she could learn to control it, she would always carry it with her. "I appreciate that," she said, her voice steady, though it trembled slightly with the weight of everything she'd endured. "But this is something I have to face. I'm the Hollow Queen, and that means that I carry the mansion's curse. But I won't let it control me. I'll fight it. I'll fight it every day." The man gave her a long, searching look, as if weighing her words. "We're here for you," he said again, his voice quiet but firm. "You've done the impossible, and we'll stand by you. Whatever comes next." Sarah nodded. Her heart filled with a quiet determination. She had broken the mansion's hold, and now she would ensure that it never rose again. The curse that had tainted her bloodline for so long would be defeated. But it would take time. And she would need to learn to live with it, to carry it, until the day she could rid herself of it entirely. She turned back to the land, the sun setting over the horizon, casting the fields in a warm, golden light. The world was free. For now. And Sarah, the Hollow Queen, would protect it. The land had been freed from the mansion's curse, but Sarah knew the true battle had only just begun. She would remain the Hollow Watcher, guarding the land, keeping the darkness at bay, and ensuring that the legacy of the mansion was never forgotten. The hunger might always be a part of her, but it would not control her. The Hollow Queen had reclaimed the land, but she was not its prisoner, and she would not let the mansion's legacy rise again. The days grew longer, and as Sarah continued to oversee the rebuilding of the land, there was a sense of peace settling over the survivors. The darkness that had once gripped their hearts was no more, and the mansion, its presence, its power, had been eradicated from the earth. But for Sarah, the quiet felt like a temporary lull, the calm before a storm that she couldn't shake. The curse, the hunger, still echoed within her. Despite the victories and the efforts to restore life to the land, Sarah's heart carried an unsettling burden. The mansion was gone, but its essence was now entwined with her own. The ancient evil that had once sought to control her had become a part of her being, and in many ways, Sarah was now its guardian. But she was not its slave. She spent her nights in solitude, wandering the land in the fading twilight, the darkness a constant companion. It had been with her since birth, this hunger. This unshakable desire for power that fed on the fear, on the pain. The mansion had tried to shape her into its queen, to twist her into something it could control, but she had fought back. She had succeeded, for now. But every day the hunger within her grew, a reminder that the battle was far from over. As Sarah walked the lands, she saw the new life sprouting up from the earth. The survivors were planting crops, building homes, and starting families, and there was an undeniable sense of hope in the air. Yet, in her chest, Sarah felt the gnawing void, a coldness deep within her heart that never went away. The mansion had been destroyed, but its legacy, its darkness, still pulsed within her. One evening, as Sarah stood at the edge of the land, staring out over the fields that had once been tainted, she felt a presence behind her. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The man who had stood by her side since the beginning, the one who had seen the mansion's horrors and helped guide her, was there. "You've been walking the land again, haven't you?" he asked quietly, his voice heavy with concern. Sarah didn't answer immediately. She knew what he meant. The land was healing. But so was she. In her solitude, she had been struggling with the curse, with the hunger that threatened to consume her once more. She had been searching for answers in the quiet of the land, trying to find a way to control the darkness, to make it a part of her that she could use instead of one that used her. "I can feel it," she finally said, her voice tinged with a wariness that reflected the battle within her. "The hunger, it's not gone. It's still there. And it feels like I'm losing control." The man stepped closer, his gaze filled with understanding. "You're not the only one who's felt it. We all have, in our own way. The land's curse is tied to your bloodline, and now that the mansion is gone, its influence is fading, but not entirely. It's in you. It's always been in you." "I know," Sarah whispered. "It's inside me. And I can't keep fighting it. I've fought it for so long, but it's still here." The man nodded, his face grim. "The mansion may be destroyed, but it's you who carries its legacy now. It's a burden you'll have to live with, Sarah. But you're not alone. We've fought together before. We'll fight with you now." Sarah turned to face him, her eyes meeting his with a newfound clarity. "I'm not afraid of the darkness anymore," she said softly. "But I can't let it consume me. I can't let it take over. I won't let it make me its hollow queen." The man smiled faintly, his eyes filled with quiet pride. "No, you won't. You've already proven that. For the first time in weeks." Sarah felt something stir inside her, a flicker of hope, a realization. The darkness, the hunger, might never leave her, but she could control it. She could use it. The mansion's power had been hers to bear, but it was no longer her master. It had been broken, and now it was a part of her legacy to shape. She was not a prisoner to the hunger. She was its guardian. "I've been running from it," Sarah murmured, her voice gaining strength. "I've been afraid of what it might make me. But I can't keep running. You don't have to face it alone," the man said gently, his voice a steady anchor. "We're with you, Sarah. We'll help you." Sarah's gaze lifted to the horizon, the sun dipping beneath the trees, casting long shadows across the land. The curse might still live within her, but now she could see a future ahead, a future where the darkness didn't control her, a future where she could wield its power, not be consumed by it. The mansion is gone, Sarah said, her voice filled with conviction. But the land, the curse, it's still here within me, and I will carry it. I will make sure it never harms anyone again. The man placed a hand on her shoulder, his grip firm, steady. You're the Hollow Queen, but you're not alone. We'll make sure you don't fall. And with that, Sarah Whittaker made her decision. She would not run from the darkness. She would not let it define her. The mansion's power was still hers to control. She would learn to harness it, to make it part of her legacy. The curse had always been tied to her bloodline. But now, she would choose how it would shape her. With the land healing around her, Sarah took the first step into the future. The mansion was gone, but the Hollow Queen remained, stronger than ever. She had defeated the darkness, and now she would protect the land from it. The Hollow Queen was no longer a prisoner to the past. She was its guardian. And as the last light of the day faded, Sarah knew her journey was only beginning. Days passed, and the land continued to heal under Sarah's watchful eye. The crops grew, the earth softened beneath the hands of the survivors, and the wounds left by the mansion's curse began to close. The mansion's foundation had crumbled, the heart had been destroyed, and Sarah had reclaimed the land. Yet, the hollow within her remained. It thrummed with power, always present, always waiting. The hunger was not gone. It was simply dormant. Sarah could feel the land shifting beneath her. The earth had grown calm, but the shadows still whispered, the remnants of the mansion's soul lingering in the very soil. She had not yet learned to wield the darkness within her, only to control it in brief moments. But she knew, deep within, that the hunger would one day rise again. It was tied to her bloodline, to the very core of who she was. She was the Hollow Queen, and her blood was the key to the mansion's curse. She had won the battle, but she had not won the war. Each night, as she walked the land alone, Sarah faced the silence that followed the mansion's destruction. It was an eerie quiet that weighed heavily on her chest, like the calm that precedes a storm. The darkness within her stirred, pulling her toward something beyond the earth, beyond the mansion, beyond herself. It was a calling, a whisper she could not escape. One evening, as Sarah stood on the hill overlooking the fields, the wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it an unsettling chill. The land was healing, but the hunger, her hunger, was not done. You cannot escape it, the voice seemed to say, low and clear in her mind. She spun around, her heart pounding in her chest. There, in the distance, standing by the remnants of the mansion's foundation, was a figure. A shadow, cloaked in darkness, its form familiar and yet alien. The Hollow Queen's hunger stirred, as though responding to the presence. But Sarah steadied herself, her hand gripping the necklace that still hung around her neck. The mansion's essence, though now dormant, was bound to her. But this figure, it wasn't a ghost of the past. It wasn't a remnant of the mansion's hunger. It was something else. Who are you? Sarah demanded, her voice shaking slightly but firm. The figure stepped forward, its features slowly becoming clearer. It was a man, tall and imposing, but his presence was chilling, like an echo of something long forgotten. His eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity, reflecting a strange energy. He wasn't human, or if he was something much older, much darker. I am the Hollow Watcher, he said, his voice smooth, like the wind across the empty fields. And you, Sarah Whittaker, are the last of the Hollow. Sarah felt her heart skip a beat. The Hollow, her bloodline. The very thing that had been passed down through generations, the thing that the mansion had sought to consume. It wasn't just a curse. It was a legacy. A dark, twisted legacy. The Hollow Queen, you mean, Sarah corrected, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. I am not some watcher. I am not part of whatever you are. The Hollow Watcher tilted his head, his smile slow and knowing. No, you are not a watcher. But you are its queen. Sarah felt a tremor in her chest at his words, but she stood tall. She had fought the mansion's power, had fought the curse that had tried to claim her. She wouldn't let this being, this shadow, intimidate her. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice harder now. "I want nothing from you," the Hollow Watcher replied, his tone shifting to something almost sad. "But you, Sarah Whittaker, are the last of your kind, the Hollow Queen, and with the destruction of the mansion, the curse will never fully end. It will live on, inside you, until the day you give in." "I'm not giving in," Sarah said firmly, her eyes narrowing. "You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've fought. I will never become what the mansion wanted me to be." The Hollow Watcher's eyes gleamed with a dark light. "You've already become what it wanted. The mansion's hunger lives within you. You feel it, don't you?" Sarah's pulse quickened as she tried to ignore the pulse of hunger inside her, the gnawing ache in her chest. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but she knew it was true. The mansion's darkness, its hunger, had become part of her. It was still there, still waiting. "You are not free," the Hollow Watcher continued, his voice filled with an eerie calm. "The mansion was only the beginning. Its curse is bound to your bloodline, to your soul. You will carry it, always. And one day, it will consume you." Sarah's chest tightened. The hunger inside her was growing, pushing at her thoughts, clawing at her. She felt the darkness stirring, threatening to overwhelm her. She had spent so long fighting it, pushing it down, but now it felt like it was rising once more, like it was trying to pull her into the abyss. "No," Sarah said, shaking her head fiercely. "I will not let it control me." The Hollow Watcher laughed softly, his voice carrying an ancient sorrow. "You have no choice, Hollow Queen." The words echoed in Sarah's mind, and for a moment, she felt the weight of them, felt the hunger inside her surge in response. It wanted her to embrace it. It wanted her to give in, to allow the darkness to consume her. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. She took a step back, shaking off the pull of the hunger. The Hollow Watcher didn't move, but his eyes never left her. The chill in the air seemed to intensify, and the land around them seemed to grow darker, as though it were responding to the conversation. "This land is bound to you," the Hollow Watcher said softly, his tone a quiet warning. "And your bloodline's curse will never be broken. You are the last. And you will carry the Hollow until the day it consumes you completely." Sarah's heart hammered in her chest, but she refused to let his words take hold of her. She was not the mansion's queen. She was not a prisoner of the curse. She had fought for freedom, and she would fight until the end. "I don't care what you are," Sarah said, her voice steady despite the fear that was building inside her. "I will break this curse. I will never give in to the darkness. The Hollow ends with me." The Hollow Watcher's gaze darkened, his smile fading into a serious expression. "You are the last of your bloodline," he said softly, "and you will fight it every day until it finally claims you. The Hollow always claims its own." With those final words, the Hollow Watcher stepped back into the shadows, his form disappearing like mist in the wind. But Sarah could still feel him, his presence, his words, lingering in the air around her. She stood there for a long moment, the silence surrounding her like a heavy shroud. The land, the darkness, the hunger, all of it pressed on her, pushing against her will. The mansion might have been destroyed, but the legacy of the Hollow still ran deep within her. And as she stood on the land where the mansion had once loomed, Sarah knew that the true fight had just begun. The Hollow would never be fully gone, but she would never give in. Not while she was still breathing, and she would fight until the very end. The night stretched long over the land, the horizon dimming beneath the weight of Sarah's thoughts. The Hollow Watcher's warning echoed in her mind, a persistent hum that refused to fade into silence. The hollow always claims its own. She had faced the darkness before. She had fought the mansion's power, battled its hunger, and won. But now, as she stood alone on the land where the mansion had once consumed everything it touched, she understood the true nature of the curse. The mansion's destruction hadn't ended. It had only shifted it, passed it on to her. The hunger was hers now, a gnawing presence deep in her chest that pulsed with every heartbeat. The land was still tethered to her bloodline, and the mansion's dark legacy had become part of her soul. She could feel it, the hunger pushing against her thoughts, testing her resolve, trying to coax her to give in. But Sarah refused. She turned away from the horizon, walking back toward the survivors, toward the small village they had begun to rebuild. The others had already begun to plant the seeds of a new future, a life free from the mansion's shadow. But for Sarah, that freedom was only temporary. The darkness inside her was growing, feeding off the land, feeding off her every breath. She couldn't run from it. She couldn't hide from it. She had to confront it. The survivors were still gathered around the fire when Sarah returned, their faces warm and welcoming. But when they saw her, they fell silent, sensing the tension that hung around her like a storm cloud. They had helped her defeat the mansion, but they knew, deep down, that the real battle was still to come. Sarah, the man who had stood by her side, said, his voice soft, filled with concern, "You've been walking the land again, haven't you?" Sarah nodded, though she didn't meet his eyes.
Yes.
He studied her carefully, his expression filled with an unspoken question. "What are you feeling?" She turned to face him, her gaze hardening with the weight of the truth. "The hunger is still here," she said quietly. "It's inside me, and I don't know how much longer I can keep it at bay." The man didn't say anything for a long moment. The others sat in uneasy silence, their eyes darting between Sarah and the darkening sky. They all knew the power she carried within her, the curse that was now bound to her bloodline. They had seen it before, the way the mansion's darkness had tried to claim her. But now, with the mansion gone, the land free, it seemed that Sarah's true struggle had just begun. "We're here for you," the man said, his voice steady but full of quiet sorrow. "Whatever happens, we're with you. You're not alone in this fight." But Sarah shook her head. "I know you're here for me, but this fight, this is mine." The others remained silent, their eyes filled with understanding. They had all fought the mansion's darkness together, and now they would stand by Sarah as she fought her own inner battle. But they knew as well as she did that this was something different. The mansion's hunger was inside her now, a part of her blood, a part of her destiny. "I have to learn to control it," Sarah said, her voice low but firm. "I have to make sure it never takes over." The man stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You can do this. You've proven that before. You've already broken the curse. You're stronger than you think." But Sarah's gaze remained distant, her mind far from the comfort of their words. She could feel it, the pull of the darkness, the desire to give in, to let it consume her. It was always there, just beneath the surface, a constant reminder of the mansion's legacy. She had been born into this curse, and no matter how hard she fought, it would always be a part of her. She couldn't stop it, but she could control it. "I won't let it take me," Sarah whispered, the words a promise to herself, to her bloodline, to the land she had sworn to protect. "I won't let the mansion rise again." But even as she spoke, the hunger stirred within her, pushing at the edges of her thoughts, testing her resolve. The hollow was always waiting, always watching. That night, Sarah found herself unable to sleep. The darkness had come again, but this time it was different. The hunger felt like a fire within her, a fierce, insatiable flame that threatened to burn her alive. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, gnawing at her, urging her to give in, to let it consume her completely. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. She rose from her bed, the room dim with the soft light of the moon. She stepped outside into the cool night air, her footsteps muffled by the earth beneath her feet. The wind was still, the land quiet, but Sarah could feel the pulse of the mansion's power in the ground beneath her. The curse had been passed down through generations, but now it was hers to bear. As she walked across the land, she felt the hunger grow stronger. It was inside her now, a part of her being. The mansion's power flowed through her veins. The ancient darkness that had once tried to claim her was now something she could no longer escape. She stopped at the edge of the field, looking out at the land where the mansion had once stood. The shadows seemed to stretch across the earth, the memories of the mansion lingering in the air. But this time, Sarah didn't feel fear. She didn't feel the terror that had once gripped her whenever she thought of the mansion. She felt something else. Power. Strength. The hunger inside her flared again, but this time, Sarah embraced it. She didn't fight it. She didn't run from it. She let it fill her, let it swirl around her like a storm. It was part of her now. She could feel it. Raw, untamed energy coursing through her, filling the empty spaces that had once been haunted by fear. She raised her hands to the sky, the wind picking up around her as the earth beneath her feet trembled. The darkness surged inside her, but instead of consuming her, Sarah let it become a part of her, a tool to wield. She had spent so long fighting it, but now she understood. The mansion's hunger was not her enemy. It was her strength. With a fierce cry, Sarah released the power within her. The ground shook beneath her as the earth responded to her call. The land that had once been tainted by the mansion's curse was now hers to command. She was no longer a prisoner to the hollow. She was its master. And as the wind howled around her, Sarah Whittaker stood tall, a queen not just of the mansion's dark legacy, but of the land itself. The hollow was hers to command. And no one, not even the darkness, would ever take it from her again. As Sarah stood in the still night, the wind swirling around her like a tempest, she felt a shift, something monumental. As though the earth beneath her feet was finally beginning to awaken from the curse that had gripped it for so long. The mansion's shadow had stretched for generations. And though the mansion itself had been destroyed, the echoes of its hunger had never truly left. But now, for the first time, Sarah felt the power that had been inherited through her bloodline. A power she had fought against, a power that had tried to control her, become hers to command. The hollow was no longer a parasite, it was an extension of her. The darkness, once so terrifying, was now a force she could harness. She could feel the energy surging through her. A tidal wave of power, raw and untamed, but it no longer threatened to consume her. She was its keeper, its mistress, and she would control it, not let it control her. But as she stood there, feeling the raw pulse of power within her, a shadow crossed her mind. The hollow had always been tied to her bloodline, passed down through the generations. The mansion had been its anchor. And now, with the mansion gone, she was the last tether to its legacy. The hunger would never leave her. It would always be a part of her. But could she truly live with it? Could she wield it without becoming the very thing she had fought to destroy? The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale light over the land. The wind had died down, but the echoes of the mansion's power still lingered in the air. It was as though the land was holding its breath, waiting for Sarah to decide what to do next. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, centering herself. The hunger was a part of her now, but she was no longer afraid of it. The mansion had wanted her to become its hollow queen, to bend to its will, but now she would be its master. Her hand moved instinctively to the necklace that still hung around her neck, the last relic of the mansion. The The light from the necklace pulsed faintly, almost as if it were alive, but Sarah didn't flinch. She was ready. She had spent so long running from the darkness, so long trying to bury it within her. But now, she would face it head-on. She raised her hand to the sky, and the land responded. The earth trembled beneath her feet, and the air hummed with energy. The hollow was hers to command. The mansion's curse had tried to define her, but it no longer had power over her. The land was no longer a prison. As Sarah stood in the stillness, the weight of her bloodline pressing down on her, she realized that her fight was not over. The mansion had been destroyed, but the hollow was far from gone. It would always be a part of her, but she could choose how to wield it. She could choose to control it, or let it consume her. She had fought for freedom, and now she was free. But with that freedom came a new responsibility. The land was hers to protect. The darkness might always be with her, but it would no longer define her. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Sarah felt a new sense of purpose settle within her. The hollow had risen, but it had not defeated her. It had become a part of her, and now she was its keeper. She would not let the curse consume her, but she would never let it rise again. The hollow had always been a force of destruction, a legacy of fear and power, but Sarah was the Hollow Queen, and she would shape her own destiny. The hollow eclipse was over, and Sarah Whittaker had emerged stronger than ever, ready to face whatever came next. The land was hers to protect, and the darkness, she would use it to defend it. Her journey was not over. The hollow had been tamed, but the world was still waiting for its queen. The land stretched out before Sarah, vast and open, free from the shadow that had once ruled over it. The mansion, with its dark halls and endless hunger, was nothing but a memory now. A faint echo in the soil beneath her feet. The mansion's legacy, however, had not been destroyed. It lived on in her, in the bloodline that had carried the curse for so long. The hunger, the darkness, the hollow, it was part of her now. But Sarah had made her choice. She would not be consumed. As the survivors rebuilt their lives, planting crops, raising families, and creating homes where the mansion had once stood, Sarah walked the land. Her every step a reminder of the power that lay within her. The hollow had not been vanquished. It had been claimed, controlled, shaped into a force she could wield. No longer a prisoner to the mansion's grip, she had become its keeper, its master. She would ensure that the curse never rose again. The land had been freed. But Sarah's journey was far from over. She would protect this place. Protect the people who had stood with her, who had helped her through the darkest moments of her life. The curse, the hunger, might always linger beneath the surface, but she had learned to control it, to use it. One evening, as she stood on the hill overlooking the fields, she felt a quiet peace settle over her. The sun was setting, casting its warm light over the earth, and the land, once so burdened with the weight of the mansion's curse, now felt alive. The land was reborn, and so was Sarah. The Hollow Queen had been forged in the fires of darkness, but now she was free. The land would no longer be a place of torment. The curse had been broken, and the world was ready for a new beginning. And as the final rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, Sarah Whittaker stood tall, her heart calm for the first time in years. The hollow had been her inheritance, but it would not be her end. It had been her battle, but now it was her legacy, one she would shape, not as a prisoner, but as its queen. The hollow was no longer a curse. It was a crown she had earned, and she would wear it proudly for as long as the land needed her. The hollow was hers to command, and the world would be free